Hello. Hello, everyone. Okay, let me start with tying my hair up a little better. I have to brush it and fix it a little bit. Hello, son. Are you winning? And on Twitch, hello, Dong. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, welcome YouTube chat, welcome Twitch chat, welcome Cult of the Blowman. You're scared of lightning strikes? Don't worry, that just God speaking to you. Okay, actually, give me a moment because, as always, I forgot to bring my pillow for back support. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Alright. First, I will do a little catch up. By the way, Painter, thank you for just coming in so quickly at the beginning of the stream. Pretty much always. You know, when I go live, it takes a bit for people to start coming in. But it's nice having someone at the beginning of the stream. So I appreciate it. But yeah, I started this week. We created the city, right, in our world building project. And I started outlining a short story taking place in that city, because I thought, okay, we have to start doing something with that world, and that place seemed cool enough to start doing something with. I don't promise I will finish it, but I'm laying down the foundations for there to be a story. Next week, by the way, I think I might do more things related to world building, and maybe we'll create a story together on stream, maybe we will world build more, we'll see. Either way, I want to do next week more bigger streams, more interesting streams, because this one was a bit dry. I think I have to open my window a little bit. Just enough to let the air in. Okay. Where's music? I don't know. Okay. In a second, I will check a few things. Okay. I don't know, I'm always dreading starting this game. I don't think that's weird, no. Okay. So, we finally reached Yasumizu, we got place to stay. Yes, on the last stream, and now we have to find place for the journalist so they don't die, and then we can participate in the feast to figure out who's the wolf. The wolf probably changed. They will be not the same as previously, but we'll see. Okay, let's go. Mm-mm-mm. Also, I have to change the goals on the bar right here for the next week. I tried to think of a way to encourage them to leave before they missed came, but all the things I could think of seemed unnatural, talking about journalists. That meant my only option was the opposite, convincing them there was no way to leave, so they'd have to stay. Honestly, I did consider just letting them die. As long as I survive, I didn't really care if they did. But that didn't sit right with me. I wasn't a good guy, but not doing whatever I could right now seemed careless. Hmm. My ultimate goal was to escape the lobs, but at the moment, all I could really do was prevent that tragedy before me. I'd think of something else if it just didn't work out, but for now, I had no reason to abandon my humanity. Hmm. Hmm. Let's analyze, because now I'm onto our protagonist being like a serial killer or something. So I want to analyze what he's saying here. Yeah. So I considered letting them die as long as I survive. I didn't really care if they did, but that didn't sit right with me. Why it didn't sit right with him? I wasn't a good guy, okay? But not doing whatever I could right now seemed careless. Okay, it doesn't seem right with him because it seemed careless. Why he didn't seem, oh, letting people die would, feel bad because they are also living humans. No, it would seem careless. Maybe I'm over analyzing what he's saying, but yeah, only thing that's going against that is I had no reason to abandon my humanity. But who knows what he's thinking. Mm-mm-mm. That's why. That was why I returned to the plaza. It was still really empty, and the two journalists were probably working. That was my chance. I approached the left back wheel on Hashimoto's van. Reaching into my bag, I pulled out the hammer and nails at both. Wow, he really did prepare. I placed the tip of the nail against the tire and hammered it in. Could hear the sound of the air leaving. That had to be good enough. I then did the same with the other rear tire, as well as one of the front ones. There. After I added a random array of extra nails around those to make it look like a trap or something had been run over in the grass. They couldn't leave now. I already knew I didn't have anything that could fix the tires, and they couldn't get in touch with any road service until after the mist passed. He really thought ahead. buying those nails. If someone from Kamifujiyoshi came to pick them up and they left without their car, that would have been fine too, but not that I expected anyone to come. Now I just had to convince them that they had to stay here. It was a really haphazard plan. I'd seen like the locals trap them on purpose. I'd have to think of something to say about that. It seemed like the locals trapped them on purpose. Anyway, I did what I could for them. Now I just had to wait and... Oh Jesus. My heart almost burst out of my chest. Our waifu for this run.
失礼。植松さんどうしました一体。
お腹が空きましたので、ご飯を。
That, eh? Well, I was pretty hungry myself too. Wait, there was something more important to worry about. Had she seen me?
大きな車ですね。
ええ。
What the hell was up with this pressure? Was this some Kamifujiyoshi had superpower? Was she waiting for me to confess or something? I had no choice but to think up a new lie. But looking at her red eyes made me feel like she'd see through any bullshit I spat on. Crap, maybe I should just come clean and...
お腹が空きました。
Was she actually not thinking anything?
僕が何してると思ってました？
That's a very suspicious thing to ask. Why are you doing this?
ダンゴムシでもお探しかと。
Did she think I was an old assault as Meiko?
違いますよ。見てください。パンクです。
まあ。
見てください。こんなのが刺さってる。
太くて大きい。
Oh Jesus, don't say that. Don't phrase it like that.
しかもほら、ここなんて。
あ、そんな、なんて無体な。
She's doing it on purpose.
茶髪の男が植松様を晴天のもと手ごめにしておる。
Of course. Man, what the hell was with her appearances this time around? Okay, yeah, I couldn't lie. This conversation was pretty messed up.
誤解にも程がありますが、ちょっと取材陣を呼んできましょう。
まさか冗談でしょ。
Sakasan was completely perplexed.
参ったな。
参ったな. I still couldn't read his expression, but I could totally sympathize with someone being basically stranded in a place like this.
なんと不運な。
They weren't suspicious of me, so I just acted like an innocent, sympathetic bystander. Oh, the headache.
今日は元鉄で帰る予定でしたけど、どうしますこれ。
君のブッキングは？
Kimi no booking wa. I don't know, it's just fun repeating what he's saying. Sorry, I'm analyzing a few things here on my end. Oh. Okay.
私は大丈夫ですけど、橋本さんは？
娘の誕生日なんだ。
ああ、ナミちゃん。
Oh, the headache! I had no idea he had a daughter, or was he married. For that matter, the fact that it come as a surprise just made my pain worse. But I shouldn't feel guilty about this. I just ignored them. They'd have been torn apart by a monster. If I'd just ignored them, they'd have been torn apart by a monster.
まあ、 でも本当どうしましょう。安水にはそもそも車が。野里様は何か役立つものをお持ちではないでしょうか。
The sword made me twitch.
特殊なタイヤだから難しいかな。一つならスペアがあったけど。
ロードサービスに連絡しましょう。織部さん、電話貸してもらえますか？
ええ、もちろんです。こちらへ。
They all return to the dining hall. Hello, Toby. Welcome. How are you doing today?
なんだか気味が悪いわね。
I was left alone with a peculiar duo, but then we were joined by a masked silhouette who'd come from the fields.
何やってんだばあちゃん。植松のあんたは
こちら不妻子春明様です。
She went out of her way to introduce me, though she still couldn't leave off the Sama.
今度こっちに越してくることになったものです。どうかよろしくお願いします。
ああ、例の室匠っつうもんだ。よろしく。上藤吉の門には見えないが、よそからか？珍しいな。気の毒に。
Sorry you ended up here. They really had to do something about their habit of showing sympathy for anyone who came here, yeah. Not very inviting or reassuring.
はい。都会で干上がってこちらに寄せてもらいました。チャラチャラした馬の骨ですみません。髪は染め直します。
おお。
それがええわよ。
まあそういうのばあちゃんは嫌いだかんな。俺はどうでもいいけどよ。むしろ他のが気になるな。
It's interesting that we really can see the difference how they talk to us because we came via the normal route and got introduced by the heads of the families from Kamifujiyoshi. A lot more normal.
他のことですか？
あんたが野良仕事の使い物になるかだ。上藤吉と違って安水は人を捨てねえ。が役立たずを歓迎するほど余裕はねえ。
While mentioning Kamifujiyoshi, he glanced at Uematsu-san.
ま、そのガタイなら何だってできんだろ。早速だけど上のあぜの草刈りをよ。
ああ、なんだか一応こっちの食堂で働くようにって言われてきたんですが。
なんだと？てめえが
Clara, I must stop.
匠や、あんたは男前なんだから、いい加減伝えたいことはちゃんと伝えんといかんわよ。
何のことだ。俺は別にそんな大それたことは考えちゃいねえ。が二人のでけえ息子とみんなの胃袋をあの細腕で支えてる香織さんに妙な目的で近づく男は問答無用でぶっ殺す。
That was plenty outrageous.
おうてめえ、どんな手を使って香織さんに取り入った？いえ。
It took a lot of effort to keep myself from lying and fueling the fire.
ああ、いえ、上藤吉の樋口さんという人の指図で。
She became apathetic.
ああ、そんなら仕方ねえな。
いえ、できるだけ外の仕事もこなせるようになります。
ああ、心がけはいいが、しばらくは様子見しとけ。余計な仕事させたとか、上からイチャモンつけられたらかなわね
Cases?
え？上の人たちはこっちの人間がどう働くかまで気にしてるんですか？
え。ねえよ。あいつらはただ、俺らがいつでも連中の言うことを聞くようにしておきたいだけだ。
The Kamifujiyoshi has a lot more control around Yasumizu than you thought. a lot more surveillance. I thought they would just kinda just drop them here and try to forget with as little interaction as possible.
で、何やってんだみんなで。香織さんは。
なんだか記者さんの車が壊れたとかで慌てて電話しに行ったわよ。
ああ、そりゃ難儀だな。連中帰れんのか。
最悪今日のうちには治らないことも考えた方がいいんじゃないでしょうか。
嫌だね。
やだね。This was getting nowhere.
空いた部屋とかはないんでしょうか。
私の自由になるのはあの一件だけです。
植松様、源さんの家をこの人に貸されたんですかいね。
はい。人が住まないと家は死にますし。
That's a cool line. Houses die if people do not live in them.
あんた大事にすまんといかんわよ。あっこは方が最近まで住んでらしたんだから。
はいそうします。
くれぐれも植松様を手ごめにする場にしちゃいかんからね。植松様はそれは恐れ多い方なんだからね。
Listen, I won't take advantage of anyone. They can take advantage of me though. Her cute moans. Okay. Ah.
ああ、そういう関係
100% 誤解なんですが、そろそろ既成事実として捏造されかかってるので本気でやめていただきたいなぁと。脱線しましたが、どうするんです？
I'd have liked if I, the newbie, didn't have to be the one making this conversation progress.
まあ正直あんまよそ者を休みずに止めるのはお互いのためにならねえとは思ってっけど。ばあちゃん、空いてる小屋とかねえかな。
めいこちゃんに出したのが最後よね。他はみんな穴開いたり壁抜けた
They
り。
have the apartment, at least one is free. Like, there was the room in the room, yeah. Oh,
ちえみ、寝すぎじゃねえか。おやっさんの手伝いしてやってくれよ。
ああ、ごめん。ちょっと向こうで寝坊の習慣ついちゃってさ。ところで、タイばあちゃん、部屋だったら寮の部屋が一つ空いてますけど。
ちーちゃんね、知っとるでしょ。あそこは昔吉光さんが四家の皆々様にかけようってできた場所よ。先のある子らだけでも上富士吉に近いきれいな家に住ませたい言うて、それで坂をコンクリートで階段にして。
ああ昔話始まっちゃった。
まあ不妻子だっけか。安水ってのはなんとなくこんな場所だよ。
I appreciate that at least today I didn't have too much to read. My throat can rest. But also, as always, I feel kinda awkward when I just don't have a lot to say. I already knew.
なんつうか治るといいな、車。
This was bad. Just as expected, the road service would take a long time to get here. They'd be here sometime in the middle of the night if they tried to come right away. The mountain road was even more dangerous at night, so they agreed on the service coming the early morning, which led us back to the talks about where they'd stay. Though by the time that discussion was over, Yamawaki-san, who was done talking, had left. Shiri gave us outsiders the cold shoulder, huh? Takumi-san tried suggesting they stay in their van, and I was surprised to hear they were receptive to the idea. Them being a man and a woman was one thing, but I was more concerned if the van had enough space for someone that huge and another person to lie down. Still, it looked like they were about to agree to just to leave it at that, but that was no good. After that, my cold brothers aren't here, so I need to multitask and make pole art at the same time and watching the stream. That's fine, but yeah, the brotherhood you recently is not as united, you know. I noticed. But you know. That's just life. People come and go, but I'm sure. You know, there are phases. Sometimes people don't have the time in certain, you know. You all came here when all three of you had the time, right? Or with Poppy. Now maybe people got busy, so they are less here, but I'm sure everyone will be here at some point. They wouldn't survive the night like that. So far, the only people I hadn't met were the old students who were in school, Kanzuma Kishima-san, who was at hunting since morning, and the old man who cried wolf. Since I'd met just about everyone, I chose to take my leave. It wouldn't have been natural if I tried to talk them out of that. I had to get places for them, but my only option was one I didn't have much faith in. Anyway, doorbell.
新参の何の用かね。
実はちょっと長者でらっしゃる野里さんに伺いたいことが。
いい心がけだがね、あまり板につかぬ提灯持ちは見ていて心よいものではない。分相応の振る舞いをしてはどうかね。
Was my politeness that insincere?
おみそれしました。それで要件なのですが、近々霧が出るというのは本当なのでしょうか。
The effect my words had on Kyonosuke was impressive. He tried to act calm, but his wandering eyes made it clear he wasn't. Brontornis? What is Brontornis, a painter?
なんだそれは。どこから聞いたのかね。来ていきなり迷信を吹き込んだのは誰だ一体。
植松さんが話してくださいました。
He fell silent. The guy was easy to read.
霧がうんぬん言ったのは他の方です。僕は樋口昌司さんという方に勧められてここに来たんですが。
なんだ昌司か。私の一つ下だ。奴がどうしたと。
I like how he had to point out that, oh, he's a year longer, younger, so like, he wanted to put him down.
いえ、聞き間違いかもしれませんが、じきに霧が出るかもとおっしゃっていたような気がするのですが。
There was no truth to my words, but they would become true when the mist came.
だけど、植松さんがさっき、霧が出たらいろいろしなきゃならないっておっしゃってて、今Yasumizuで車がパンクして足止めを食らってる人たちとかどうするのかなと思いまして。
何？そんなことになっているのかね。面倒なことだ。
はい。ちなみにどう思われますか？
Yasumizu集落において初夏に濃密な霧が立ち込めることは10年や20年に一度あることだ。
Decade or two.
時期的に見ればまああり得るか。しかしそれの予測ができるほど目立った兆候があるとは聞いておらんよ。
I do wonder if they will happen at the same time. Or maybe delayed or something. Brontornis is a big bully. He bullied me in the New Gene. I still hate his guts. Can you give me context of what you're talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about, so I'm confused. So I cannot have a conversation with you.
そうか。ちなみに何か危ないんです？皆さんちょっと緊張してるみたいで。
ノームが出ると必ず安水で死人が出るからな。
Was that an okay thing to say?
ああ、いや、誤解せんでもよろしい。このノームというのは君の想像するよりもはるかに濃く、視界はゼロになると聞く。
I knew that, but yeah, I couldn't have imagined myths that dense unless I saw them for myself.
よって霧が出ている間は謹慎する習いとなっているが、バカな連中が外出しては転落事故などを起こしているのだよ。
なるほど。
ここから少し離れた崩落事故現場は見たかね。あれはうちの家が請け負った工事なんだが、あれも霧のせいで死人が出た。まったくとっとと引き上げさせればよかったものを、発注者の言い分はいかにも強引で。
I felt stupid for ever considering crazy theories about some Saranaga illness. The myth was dangerous in and of itself, and that made for a good official reason to stay indoors when it came. He seemed to believe the official reason and thought it wouldn't kill him. If he actually knew about the true dangers lurking in the myth, he'd do everything he could to leave Yasumizu. He was from a head family, but he didn't seem to know all the secrets. She, on the other hand, must have known something. I'd love to find out more, but... Hold on. You just told me something weird. The myth led to on-site deaths?
上の土砂崩れの現場見たか？ありゃ8年前に野里が手入れたら崩れてそのまんまになってる。
Okay, we're learning more lore about this place.
気味悪がって片付けもしやがらねえ。作業員の死体は俺が掘り出して埋めた。
I was told that Takumi-san buried the bodies. But if it happened in the mist, during a feast of the Yomi Purge, didn't that mean he should have been present during the feast? From what I could tell last time, the mist scared the people here and drove them to panic. Kanzuma Kishimashi hadn't reacted like that, while the old wolf guy had said the wolves were coming. It was likely they experienced the feast before, but everyone acted like they didn't. Even the old lady didn't say she didn't, and only said like maybe the old man who cried wolf did in the past, but interesting. But I didn't know what had happened to the other people, or what even do with that information. One thing I could say was that the survivors either killed or silently approved of killing people. Chemi could be one of them, and so could the students. Ah, okay, I feel like just schizophrenia is talking. Okay, I understand, Painter. Even if I couldn't connect all of the dots, it was entirely possible. I had to keep myself together. I had many things to think about later, but for now I had a goal to complete.
にもかかわらず本家の連中は。
そうだ、野里さん。
ん？
あの工事現場は野里さんの辞書なのですか？
そうだが、どうかしたかね。
あのプレハブ使えたりしないですかね？
使う？
困ってる外の方を車で止めるよりはまだいいんじゃないかと。
After thinking for a moment, Kyonosuke returned inside. I expected him to say something like, Why would I? A village head sullying my hands with Yasumizu's problem, or something. So this came as a surprise. Kinosuke came back shortly.
おそらくこれだろう。事故の後、先代がこちらで預かっていたのを鍵箱の中で見たような気がした通りだ。
ありがとうございます。
待ちたまえ。貸すとは言ってない。そもそも私が安水の事情に手を焼かねばならんのかね。
And there it was.
それはそうですね。申し訳ありません。
冗談だよ。貸さんとも言っていない。
Oh, you little tease. Wow, what a pain in the ass.
君は室や芹沢と違って長者に対する礼儀というものをわきまえているようだ。そんな相手ならば安光のものだからといって無下には扱わんよ。藤吉の住民の安寧に尽くすのが長者というものだ。
ありがとうございます。
Oh, so he believed in the concept of noblesse oblige? Shame he didn't have the ability for it. What the fuck is this? I don't know that word. Or words. First, I had to check if the place was even usable. The equipment and materials were all gone. The only thing of note was the sink on the wall. The flooring was cold and a bit sandy, but with a bit of cleaning and a futon, it could be a decent living space. There was no running water, but if we placed a water bucket here, but whoever was living here could easily wash themselves. Oh, I like some keys. Key number 20. Okay, so we're going to have to return it later down the line. I'm pretty sure we have key number 20, but not key number. Oh no, we don't have key number 3 or 1 for that matter. That's interesting. How many are there? 20. Okay. I wonder where is key number 1 and 3. I now had one empty living space. It's a big buff werewolf house. I feel like there will be more things pointing to that, but we'll see. Getting the dorm room, was even harder. I didn't even think I could force it at this stage. However, it was still a better option than just wandering around looking for alternatives that may not even exist. This'd be a real waste of time if it didn't end up saving them. I wasn't about to stop trying though. It was still just a bit afternoon. Honestly, I was a bit hungry, but there was a strange, powerful reek coming from the dining hall. I had no idea what could have caused this. Was it a toilet? No, it was more along the lines of rot. Animal rot at that. Did someone already die? Memories made me forget the situation was still peaceful, and I dashed. Suddenly, a dense wall rose up before me. I was pushed away. Hello. Is hunting with this on the face easy, my guy? I spaced out for a moment, but then I realized I'd bumped into the local hunter, Kenzo Makishimashi. This was the first time I'd seen him hold his gun in his hands. But I was even more troubled by his face. I was pretty sure I'd seen old Lady Taya wear something similar the first time. All that happened later made me forget about it, but man, was it weird.
すみません。変な匂いがして大丈夫かなって思って。
獅子なれよ。
え？
獅子なれを似とる。記者に食わす言うて。
Oh yeah, Hisako-san was here to eat something strange.
気ぃつけろ。
はい。よろしければお名前を。
牧島。
And he left. The bottle he had in his left hand told me he'd only been here to get his lunch. He was as tough as I remembered. The just made it hard to believe how old he was. What a hunk of a man. That thought made me seem like some love-struck thin girl. Yes, it did. Anyway, that cleared things up. The smell was caused by cooking. I gathered my resolve and went inside.
あら、どこに行ってらしたの？早速手伝いがあったのに。
Horizon glared at me a bit. Crap, I'd have to make up for the points I'd lost.
ああ、すみません。ちょっと野里さんに用があって。
用？樋口から何かことづけです？
いえ。間宮さん、橋本さん、ちょっと。
Besides the one in charge here, and the sleepyhead, you also had the journalists who were busy taking photos and jotting down notes. I was impressed by their professionalism, being able to get back to work right after the problem was solved, although it actually wasn't.
お仕事中すみません。実は野里さんが夜を越すなら車は良くないとプレハブの鍵をくれまして。
あら。ボンク。野里さんがそんなことを
It was nice to find out how she usually called him.
どうもあと一部屋くらいはあるみたいだし、そちらもなんとか開けていただいて、屋根の下で休まれるがよろしいかと。
ご好意はありがたくいただくけど、無理言ってまで部屋をもらおうとかは思わないわよ。
Of course she didn't. That was the normal thing to think.
香織さん、やっぱ寮の部屋開けた方がいいですって。野里さんに負けたら安水の恥ですよ。
それは何とも言えないけど、ただそうね、別に変な人はいないけど、若い女性が車でっていうのも。
香織さん、お弁当もらえるかしら。
And the most important person around joined the scene.
なんね。
野里さんが鍵をくれたんです。プレハブですけども、これで一人は屋根の下で休めそうです。
あら、それは。
I wasn't explicit about it, but she instantly understood what I was getting at. Just shamed her.
だけどね。
私は大丈夫ですよ。お隣ができても。
ちなみに、寮、そこってどういう建物なんです？
あそこはね、いずれ安水を去る子供たちのための場所なんですよ。
Not so children can leave Yasumizu?
安水に住むということは、一生安水のものになるってこと。だけど、子供たちはそうとは限らないから。だから、あそこだけ、安水では特別な場所なの。上富士吉の人も、そのことを暗黙のうちに認めているわ。
So this was just another way of Kamifujiyoshi exerted power over Yasumizu. I could understand why they didn't want to mess with it, but I knew from experience that it wasn't an insurmountable obstacle. They'd open it up for an emergency, but tomorrow would be too late. And I didn't really have a good way to convince them that this was indeed an emergency.
大丈夫ですよ。これでも車で寝るの慣れてますし。プレハブは橋本さんが使ってください。一人ならあの車で十分ですし、ここまで運転任せきりですし。
逆の方が良くないかしら。
いやでもプレハブって上のでしょ。女の人が寝るのはちょっとな。
As we pondered. すみません。Hashimoto-san actually spoke up and walked up to Tei-san.
なんでしょうかね。
もしまともな部屋をお持ちであれば、彼女のために開けてやっていただけないでしょうか。こんな仕事をやってますが、まだ嫁入り前の身です。 同行者としてあまり無理はさせたくありません。
What a gentleman.
できる限りのお礼はいたします。どうか一つ。
He bowed. His large body bent in two, but Tae-san still had to look up at him.
そうね。だけど、
What else? Oh, Tae-san was on the verge of giving in.
おい夫妻子、今頃戻ってきやがったが、てめえ飯時にほっつき歩いて香織さんを手伝わねえといい度胸だおら。
Now he's going to be on our case, Jesus.
おお、匠兄ちゃん、いいところへ。
なんだ？
Perfect timing indeed. He was the best person to convince Tae-san. And in the end, she agreed. The word unmarried meant a lot to her, apparently. She seemed to become more considerate of Mamiya-san after that. One of the reasons for this victory was the pressure emitted by Hashimoto-san's massive presence, and the other was the fact that he presented a reason that resonated with her. And then Takumi-san joined the scene and gave her the final push. This wasn't exclusive to Yasumizu, but finding a compromise in a community without common interests was really difficult. It was especially hard when you couldn't give proper reasons for your words. They started to suspect I was a slacker, but I said I was called by Nasato-san, and, though it surprised them, they believed me. As a result, I had to make up a story about how he was shy but actually considerate of everyone, which was why he'd call me. After all, I couldn't let them think I decided to do this by myself. After we got the key from Tae-san, the two journalists and I left the dining hall to prepare our living spaces. The dorm room was clean to begin with. There was a gas, water, and a futon, exactly like I remembered. The house I'd be staying at was clean too, and all I had to do was get a futon from the dining hall and fill the pail with water. The prefab door took a while to clean. Takumi-san brought the cleaner pieces of tatami from the Babylon shacks here, which made it a relatively livable space.
まあせっかく一晩こすんだし、ここの日常生活も体験しときましょう。記事にできないのが残念だわ。
Give me a moment. My head started. You can't comment, that's fine, that's fine. Just the thought that you're here is enough. But my head is starting to hurt a little. Just a tiny bit, but behind my left eye I see like a slight pain. What did I say? Ear? Behind the left eye. And there's a slight pain brewing. Which is not good because in the past I had migraines and usually they started with the pain behind an eyeball. So I'm worried about that a little bit. Migraines is probably the greatest pain I felt in my life. I'm not talking about a normal headache, but like half of the body paralyzed and you cannot feel it. Just head on the verge of exploding and you cannot even think. Like, that's the worst part of it. You cannot even think because of the pain. So I don't recommend. One time my right temple and eye started to hurt, but I don't know why. Yeah. It started. That was my god. That's what is started to. That is what is starting in my left temple. Oh my god, that took a lot for me to get out of. Another thing that migraines did to me. I couldn't speak. I couldn't form sentences. So now I'm double worried. But let's play for a little bit more and we'll see. They seem to be satisfied with that reason.
今後はもうちょっと安全な場所で仕事ができるといいね。
すみません、私の依頼こんなんばっかで。
こっちはいいんだ。保険もあるし、安全性だって紛争地帯よりはマシ。
Far safer than a war zone. They did a lot, I guess. He's been in such a places, he did more legwork than his looks would have you believe.
でも、Q ちゃんは女性でしょ？
だからそれはいい子なしですって。働いている間は性別なんて関係ないでしょ。
Hell yeah, there are no genders while we're working. Abolish gender.
危険地帯でのダメージリスクは女性の方が高いんだよ。
That's also true.
しょうがないじゃないですか。他の仕事も男も寄ってこないんですから。
難し
You
い。
can be a man. Just saying. The relationship was just that good of good business partners. Mamiya-san was a passionate journalist, while Hashimoto-san was a senior who was worried about her and helped her out. There was a decent balance here.
意外ですね。間宮さんお綺麗なのに絶対モテそうですけど。
褒めても何も出ないわよ。
いえいえ、僕がこんな底辺野郎じゃなきゃ迷いなくアタック。
Okay, that's relatable. If I was less pathetic, I'd have gone for you without hesitation. Ah. Split it out, guys. How many times did you think that in life?
光栄だわ。久石くんいくつ
24です。
私今年でみそじ突入だからね。さすがに申し訳ないわ。
Oh, come on, unmarried 30 years old weren't rare in this day and age, though I preferred women who were a bit more bothersome.
このたらいは何だい？
あ、体を拭く水を溜めてあります。
一日くらいいいよ。
なんかそういう風習らしいですよ。
ち
ょっと詳しく聞かせてくれる？
Alright, this was a good chance to share info with them. Presenting us info I heard from Uematsu-san in Konosuke, I told them about what had to be done when the mist came. I couldn't sound too knowledgeable though, since I was a newbie here, but I was able to imply that there was a supernatural danger involved. Mamiya-san was extremely intrigued and quickly asked for extra info, like the stuff about the four head families. I did my best to mention only what I'd found out this time around, but I couldn't help worrying that I would say too much.
興味深いわね。思いっきり神道的な発想だけど、どういう由来で伝わったのかしら。変化した鳥居、お守りをいただく名家、霧の時に限定されたみそぎの風習。マロードの艦隊はしないみたいだけど、不思議だわ。こんな偏僻な農村になぜこんな得意な風習が残ったのかしら。昔はもっと特殊な集落だったとか？
やっぱりそっちのが向いてそうだね。Q ちゃんの本職。
Yeah, no, not this food bullshit. Go back to occultism.
あった、これは失礼。じゃあ住処も霧が立った時の対処も聞いたし、お仕事に戻りましょうか。
Q ちゃんが寮の部屋でいいよね。それで僕がここ。
あ、よかったら下の小屋は橋本さん使われませんか？こっちは手狭ですし。
大丈夫大丈夫。どこでも寝られるから。それに君はこれから住むんだろう？
What a
ところ家に馴染んだ方がいい。
what a stand-up guy Hashimoto-san is. I like him. I'm already planning to play character inspired by him in one of the tabletop games. I just love his chill vibe, a big guy, and he's like, "Oh, it's fine, it's fine. You're going to live here, aren't you? You should get used to your new home as quickly as possible." That's why it's about impression, but you know, you get the meaning. But because he's such a chill guy, now I'm suspicious of him. I'm paranoid with those mystery games. Is he going to be a bad guy? Who knows? He had a point. Also, I'd borrowed the place from my master-san. I didn't have the right to let a typo, odd, to let just anyone use it. Oh, we shouldn't agree, I guess, was the true ending. But yeah, I agree with Hashimoto.
わかりました。余計なことをすみません。
いや、こちらこそありがとう。いろいろ動いてくれたんでしょ？
え？
野里さんだっけ？気を回しそうな方には見えなかったから、きっと君が取りなしてくれたんだろう。
This guy is dangerous in terms of the game, the feast. Hashimoto-san. He's very insightful and very smart. I'm afraid of him.
いやいや、そんなことないですよ。
この子は結構無理しがちだからね。僕が至らない分、助かるよ。
もうたかが一回り上なくらいで父親みたいになんないでくださいよ。
There was something about him that bothered me. Yeah. He's I don't know. I like him, but he's too smart almost. Anyway, with that done, 8 figure I spent my remaining time trying to rub elbows with the rest of Yasumizu. Though I already had a job here, I had to make up for not helping out at the dining hall before noon. But... What?
とりあえずお仕事の前に腹ごしらえをしてもらいましょう。
What's up with the music? Kori-san gave me a bowl. For some reason, her smile seemed a bit warped. It probably wasn't on purpose though. It was just the effect of the smell. No, the miasma coming from the food she gave me. It was just that powerful.
何か怒ってます？
え？いいえ。どうして？
I couldn't feel any anger in her voice or expression, but being new here, I couldn't understand the mentality of someone trying to present something like this as food. As I twitched in fear that this was punishment for taking off, Kori-san suddenly gave me a full smile.
この匂いね。獅子慣れというの。獅子を保存するための昔からの知恵。
なるほど。
Let's not forget she tried to poison people in the previous route, so... Haruaki has all the reason to be suspicious. Alright. I'll come back. Why is it you use your... Oh. Maybe your YouTube is lagging because of my DVR enabled? Huh. Say Painter. Does it happen often? YouTube lagging? So this was the infamous dish made of fermented game meat. The nare part of the name had to refer to long fermentation, just like in nare sushi for fermented sushi. I had no clue how they gave it such a strong smell though. They reuse the same marinable for decades, like with the salt they use for sun-dried mackerel.
大昔はそのまま食べてたみたいだけど、さすがに危なかったのかしら。今はこうして煮込んだり、鍋や汁の身にしているの。
But if it was the fault of Wi-Fi, then wouldn't Twitch work as badly? So I'm just asking if my streams consistently work badly for you, but Twitch doesn't, and maybe other streams, or is it just in general your connection?
本来安水のお祝い料理なんですよ。記者さんたちにお出しした分のお裾分け、それと私から歓迎の印。
Okay, I had to still myself. I actually had a soft spot for strange delicacies. I tried sun-dried mackerel and other weird foods I could get my hands on. No way I could refuse this.
だって私小さい頃からずっと安水のものを食べてきた。
Hmm. Would you think this turned me into a zombie or something? No, I could prove that idea wrong.
いただきます。
Picked up the bowl and the chopsticks. Brown rice covered in a ton of crumbled bits of meat. The soap stock seemed as light as what they used in Kamifujiyoshi, but I didn't know what to think of the meat's color. What was up with this greasy, shiny, green surface? The leak attacked my nose once again. Damn it! I couldn't back out now. Gathering my resolve, I quickly put some stock rice and meat into my mouth. What? Was it good? I really couldn't tell. Had absolutely no idea what I was eating here. The texture, the sensation on the tongue, everything was new to me. The taste was extremely acidic, salty, and rich in animal protein. But the weird smell smothered most of it, forcing me to continuously convince myself that I was eating something good. I felt like my body would reject it all if I didn't. Holding the aversion at bay, I somehow swallowed it. The aftertaste was better than I expected, but as the reek faded, it made its way for a strong beastly smell. Yeah, in a way, this taste was exciting from a form of entertainment by itself.
あら、いい食べっぷり。
Connection at night is messed up, huh? Alright. That expression on him.
慣れればいけそうですね。
ええ、わかるわ。私も安水に来て最初はどうかと思ったけど、今は時々無性に食べたくなるの。
I wasn't lying, it really did seem like a test I could get used to. It was hard to honestly call it good, but at least it did feel nutritious. As reciting a prayer, I repeatedly tried to convince myself of that as I emptied the bowl I was given.
ごちそうさまでした。
お粗末様でした。
So, I'd finally eaten something from Yasumizu. Did that mean I was a true local now? Or a Yomibito? Whatever, as long as I could go back to square one, I would explore all the options I had available. Rhythmical cutting sounds were reaching my ears. As Cory-san began preparing food in the kitchen, I did the work assigned to me. Had to repair the numerous cracked and broken dishes they had here. Apparently they couldn't afford anything new, so they opted to take what was thrown out in the Kamifujiyoshi and repair it into something usable. Was there no end to how pitiful things were here? The broken plates and cups were all wrapped in old newspaper, and all I had to do was unwrap them and put them back together. It was actually kind of fun, sort of like jigsaw puzzle, but man, there was a lot of them. I'd have to do this for entire boxes full of broken tableware. I did wonder whatever they actually needed so much, but apparently they just barely had enough, so they wanted to have some more spares. I used some all-purpose glue from a 100 yen shop. They bought it from a nearby town. Cory-san laughed about it, saying, "We get far more valuable out of this than a 100 yen bowl." And I just about cried. Spooky what? Because it got censored. But no, I probably shouldn't scare kids a month. Not at least during the month. You can do it on the day. It was a strange mix of modern fragility and the poverty of ancient times, and it exemplified just how weird Yasumizu really was. As I worked, I realized that many of the plates and cups had a familiar symbol on them.
これはどういうマークなんです？
Asked Kaori-san over the counter.
それは水場のお家の紋よ。
The Higuchi. I was about to mention the name, but then I realized that Kaori-san probably didn't have good memories of them. I'd heard that examining these crests helps understand the lineages and the like, but I had no knowledge necessary for this.
他の長者にも家紋があるのですか？
ええ、私は野里のが好きよ。可愛くて。
Cute. From what I recall, the Nosata thing was the crow. Did it have a bird on it or something? Uematsu was the spider, Nosato was the crow, Higuchi was the monkey, and then Miguruma was the snake. They worshipped a mountain and these guardians. It was significant not only for Fujiyoshi's culture, but the feast of the Yomi porch as well. If memory served, Chiemi had told me last time that whatever you had, a guardian or not, was relied by mark of blood on your skin. Waking up to find blood on your body was something straight out of a horror movie. Didn't the wolves and Haru-chan say it was done through dreams? If that was true, I'd be at loss. It'd be an actual supernatural phenomenon. Still, were wolves and humans informed differently? It was something I'd have to look into starting tomorrow.
他の家紋ってどこかにあります？
野里屋敷なら野里のはあると思うけど、他のは植松さんの胸につけてるお飾りは家紋をかたどって。
Ah. The thing, huh? I had thought it was kind of weird looking.
今度探してみます。知らずに粗末に扱うと大変なことになりそうだ。
それはそうかもしれないわね。何か見つけたら教えましょうね。
ええ、どうも。
I continued working as we talked. Okay, time to close the window. Now it's a bit cold. But going back to the topic of scaring children, how would you scare them? What's your favorite method? Apparently you could get public broadcasting here, but not much else. Hello Pallad, welcome, good to see you. Wait, no. There was a small ancient TV here. There was probably enough for everyone to gather here and have dinner while watching something. I was told that all the dorm rooms had TVs too. That had to be another way they pampered the children who'd eventually leave this place. It strongly demonstrated how much of an exception the dorm was for Yasumizu.
うちの長男が今寮にいて、昨日のドラマがどうだったとか教えてくれるんですよ。ここじゃ夜しかつけないから。
Normally giving TVs to the younger generation would be a sign of luxury, but it was the other way around here. The children went to the school in Kamifujiyoshi, but they never went anywhere beyond that. And just went straight home, and Kamifujiyoshi was secluded to begin with. That was why they prioritized giving TVs to the children, to let them know what was happening outside the village, and to help them learn modern Japanese culture. Apparently, they also covered their electricity and gas bills. They had to be frugal, but they didn't mind supporting the children's access to TV. Jimmy was the first Yasumizu child to make it to college, and Yasunaga-kun was expected to follow her footsteps. Basically, they thought if they supported the young ones and helped them become prominent figures in society, the money they'd send back would make life easier for those who'd stayed here.
長男安永にはこんな場所に縛られず自由に活躍してほしいって私としては思ってるんだけどね。
Why is some of the words you're saying censored? Don't stop being sass. No, I don't scare kids. I have people for doing that, like you.
ご覧の通り次男は不出来なので目の届くところに置かなきゃと。でも長男は手前味噌だけど優秀で死んだ夫も頭は良かったわ。でも気性も激しい人だった。頭と気性を息子はそれぞれ分けて継いでしまった。申し訳ないと思ってるのだけどね。どっちも賢く産んでやれなかったって。次男は難産で私もあの子も死にかけたくらいだったから、その時にかけすぎた苦労があの子をああしたのかしら。
Hello, Arjun. Ayush? I hope I didn't mispronounce. But tell me if Arjun is okay. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. If you want to know what's going on, there is a recap in the description. If you have any questions, let me know. Did you find the stream just by recommendations of YouTube? Horizon was pretty talkative about this. I knew her as a stranger and she had to introduce Yasumizu to me, but this was a bit of too much, if you asked me. Good. Thank you, YouTube-san. I appreciate it. That was probably a sign of just how helpless she felt right now. Maybe Takumi-san should just propose to her and lighten the Oribe's burden. Marrying a widow with sons in middle to high school was difficult, and I could only assume that was his main issue. Feeling a bit conflicted, I glanced at the cheap alarm clock on the TV. It was 3 p.m. By the way, I'm kind of focusing on the game, less on chat, but if you want to talk, let me know. I can stop for a moment. Any minute now.
ただいま。あれ。
見知らぬやつ。
There, the high scholars were back.
おかえりあなたたち。こちら急遽安水に移り住むことになった房石さんよ。
よろしくね。珍しいですね。織部安永です。ここの息子さんだよね。話は金がね。母さん何言ったのさ。
不詳の息子をよろしくって。
まったく。あ、こっちが鴨志田近持で、こっちが牧島春です。
モッチーだ。ギブミー命。
Give me Inochi? What the fuck? Nope.
ねえモッチ、何あれ、イケメンってやつ？怖い。
Kawaii. Yes, be scared of me.
多分やっすんの方がつらと少年はいいよ。
兄ちゃんなら勝てる？
Can we win against him? What the fuck?
勝てる勝てる。
貴様に勝負を申し込む。
I challenge you to a duel.
待てい、僕が相手だ。
よーし、おしっこ我慢対決スタート。
Which one of you can go the longest without basic? That's that kind of challenge I am for. I stand for.
貴様、僕が絶賛我慢中だと見通していたとでも言うのか。
Yeah, okay. I said it before, but I will say it again. The writers are really good at banter.
実は僕もそろそろ限界だったんだ。
先に漏らした方が勝ちにしよう。
乗った。いや乗らない。
早く行きなさいよ二人とも。
あらら。
Arara. She said Arara. She wants me dead, I tell you guys. Just going straight for my heart like that. We both had to forfeit.
不妻子さん、モッチーと気が合いますね。
シッコマンの絆だな。
Policeman.
そうだな。いや違う。改めて、こっちはハルちゃんです。
よろしくお願いします。
よろしく。なかなか独創的なファッションだね。
悪いですか？去年の暮れに勝原の100円ショップで揃えたんだけど。
Oh, she's sad. It was something I'd expected from an elementary schooler.
いや、いいと思うよ。これから仲良くやっていこう。
兄ちゃん、ナンパされた。怖い。
違うと思うな。
Man, Haruchan was distrustful of me even without the misunderstandings regarding Jamie and I. Perhaps there really were people you just couldn't get along with. How sad.
こんなに治ったんですね、食器。本来は僕らがやるようなことを。すみません。いやいや、楽しかったし、それにまだたっぷり残ってるしね。
安永、そんなことはいいから早く予習復習をやりなさいな。
ああ、そうだね。寮に戻るよ。
勝負はまただ、シッコマン。
Now he calls us policeman.
それじゃあ失礼します。
The high schoolers left.
これでだいたい安水の全員に会われたのかしら。
そうですね。
There was one exception though.
すみません、生返事で。1、2、3、記者さん入れて14人とあったかな。
1人、2人。あら、不妻子さんを入れないなら15人いるはずね。
Suddenly, as if rehearsed, the final person appeared.
ちょうどよかった。不妻子さん、こちら安水のおじいさんよ。
Okamigakuro! No one knew his name, did they?
こんにちは。
Like it was hard to tell whether he was listening or not.
今度こっちに住むことになりました。どうかよろしくお願いします。
Cool! There it was, his stick.
どうしました？
He beckoned me closer. I carefully brought my ear to his mouth. Sway back.
狼が来るぞ。お
と、びっくりしたな。
I read the potential damage to my eardrums. I had no idea what he was thinking, but he was grinning.
腹減った。
ちょっと待ってくださいね。今おにぎりでもしますから。
This might have actually been the first time I saw him properly communicate with someone. Was given the onigiri, he quickly munched it all up, leaving a big mess, and just staggered out. According to Okoro-san, he'd always been a part of the whole Yasumizu package. He seemed to have something wrong with his head and tended to cause trouble here. Sasibaka indeed! Welcome, Tony. How are you doing today? All was apart, huh? Would it be wrong to assume he'd experienced something that made him go insane? At the very least, his catchphrase about wolves coming gave me that impression. He experienced the with his once, and the fear made the boy who cried wolf become the old man who cried wolf. Both werewolf men. Perhaps he'd even seen that thing. I'd love to hear what he had to say, but that seemed difficult. You're good, good to hear, good to hear. Let me check a few things. Okay. So previously I said that I'm worried that migraine will hit me because I had kind of a pain behind the ear, behind the eye, the left eye, which indicated the beginning of a migraine. That passed, but I still kind of feel fuzzy in my brain, like I cannot find focus exactly. But I'm still good enough to continue streaming for the moment. Ah.
みたいですね。
みたいですね. I was glad to have heard so much from Kaori-san, but I could have liked to talk to the young ones more. Shame me too. Was it possible for me to forge a proper relationship with her starting tomorrow?
18時まで休憩にしましょう。久石さんのおかげですごく早く片付いちゃった。助かるわ。
If it was a dating sim, I would probably date her. I mean, I would date everyone, let's not kid ourselves. And if that was not possible with the harem ending, I would go through the every route. But, well, let's just say I would definitely go for her as well. Your spiritual animal is so cool. Who's your spiritual animal? Or what is? Ah, the old man who cried wolf? You mean? Yep, he probably knows.
いえいえ。
Yeah. After helping with the dinner preparation, I was mostly done for the day, so I was free to take a breather. It was almost 5 p.m. I hadn't been keeping track of time on the previous loop, but the miss had to appear soon. Needless to say, I was slightly tense. Not having anything better to do, I went outside. I looked up at the sky. The evening sun bathed everything in red hue. This was probably the last time I'd seen the mountain in the distance. No, this time I would survive until the mist cleared. Then I would look at this with the one dear to me and leave this place for good. As I gathered my resolve. I don't think it went like that, Meiko. I suddenly heard a off-key singing voice. It completely deflated the tension of the scene. I could see Meiko running through the plaza. She'd clearly noticed me. Uematsu-san was right behind her. What wasn't my name?
Haruaki だよ。
久石さん、お疲れ様です。
まだまだ元気ですよ。
頼もしいです。夕飯前に少し下の原っぱを見に行こうかと。
Oh, just like last time, huh? I've been busy fixing my back here, so I hadn't even noticed them go down.
下に原っぱがあるんですか？
はい。本当を言えば墓地なんですが。
お墓ですか。何があるんです？ああ、そういえば、植松さんの服装は仏教のものにちょっと似ていますね。もしかして、供養もされてるとか。
はい。植松は葬儀の家でもありましたから、葬式仏教も混じっているかも。
So, I have the two monitors, right? And I have, I have my OBS open on the second monitor here on the side, and in front of me is the game. So, I got briefly scared a little bit because I saw something move to my right on the monitor, but it was just her blinking. Like I saw her blink in front of me, but I was focused on the text below her, and then but I in the corner of my eye I saw her blink to the my right, and I was like freaked out for a second. Hard to explain, but let's just say my brain saw something that it thought it shouldn't be able to move. So Amiya-san was right. Bedroom woman servant has it. Perhaps they protected not only the dreams but also eternal sleep, the peace of the dead.
血筋が細くなって実務が行えなくなった後は身車様にお任せしていますけれど。
それでも、安水に住むようになってからは、その墓の供養はしている？
自分ではそのつもりです。ただ今は
何です？
ちょっと気になって。
She looked towards the direction of Saranaga again. Perhaps she could feel the coming of the mist with her skin? I heard that sensitive people could sense incoming weather changes by differences in pressure and humidity alone.
何か起きるんです？
いえ、気のせいだと思います。
Uematsu-san leaned on the pillar supporting the well's roof. Apparently, she'd decided against going to the field. Realizing this, Meiko started playing around.
子供は元気ですね。
はい。サラナガから迷い込んだということで、皆怖がっていましたが、明るい子でよかったです。
どんな事情があったのでしょうね。
どこかの山で、無理心中か何かを逃れてきたのかもしれませんね。
Forced suicide in the mountains. That just sounds like murder by abandonment. That seemed likely. Takumi-san had mentioned last time that lots of suicidal people gathered here.
しかし、どうして
I was about to ask why she was the one to take care of her, but then I remembered something. She took in the corruption. It was one of the roles she was expected to fulfill. It felt wrong to me, but I didn't know what I actually had a problem with. Maker's parents, the locals who treated her like filth, or perhaps the customs and superstitions that caused it.
くるりらひらひらひりらきりたあった。
斬新な歌ですね。上藤吉でも放送で聞いたな。
I actually heard it here in the last loop, but whatever.
我らを生かすこの山、神内山の化身、神内明神様の教えを歌った古い歌です。神内山のお守りはいかがちふましらみガラスよくも
Well, she sings faster than she speaks. She began singing out of nowhere.
夕霧立てば宴の支度いついつむちなもなれもて走る
Why no one is focused on the badger? Like, everyone forgot about it. No one talks about it, but it is here in the song, badger. I'm guessing Haruaki is the badger because he runs along late, so he came in late into the village with Nare as a fix. Still not sure what Nare here is. Or Nare. I don't know if it's supposed to be Japanese word or English one. Her clear words vanished into the wind, passing the empty plaza. However, I could hear it very well.
怪しよみ人けがらえり
The tone of the song suddenly changed.
怪しよみ人泣きにせん
Her singing now brought out feelings of unease.
くれやひとひにひとり
切り立った。
Jesus, calm down. Don't just walk all around covered in blood. But couldn't you sing it, Chiemi? You just spoiled it. An ice-cold voice cut her off. I looked at the swords and chill went down my spine. It was Chiemi, covered in the red of the evening, as well as the red of the blood. Her whole body was covered in blood.
お疲れ様です。疲れました。
Hmm?
芹沢さん、それどうしたの？
ああ、こりゃ失礼しました。いきなりだったらビビるよね、そりゃ。
She gave me a broad grin.
獅子の解体をされてたのかと。
当たりです。朝に肝臓じいちゃんが仕留めたのが大物でね。筋やら骨やらごっついのなんの。
Is there something wrong with me? If I see this girl covered in blood but with big eyes and happy expression and it does something to me? Like my brain lacks this image? Surely nothing to worry about. Surely I'm normal for finding this appealing. You know, I'm sure I just like it because it's a happy girl working hard. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. Nothing more to it. Don't worry about it. Mm-mm. Oh yeah, Takumi-san had to told her to help Kanzo-san.
すごいですね。芹沢さん、解体なんかできるんですか？
まあ慣れですよ、慣れ。
っていうか、その普段着が血まみれでいいんですか？
A lot of girls simp over the criminals and murderers. It's normal. That's reassuring to think, to know, I mean, but I don't think it's normal. I would stand against the idea that it is normal. Completely, at least. But it's more common than people would think, but... Well, Chiemi here is not a murderer.
引っかぶる気はなかったんだけど、ちょっと手が滑っちゃって。
How you get so dirty by hand slipping a bit?
まあ全く同じ着替え持ってきてるからいいんですけどね。
Exactly the same clothes, I bet. She laughed and it made her look even scarier. Say for yourself, Haruaki. I think she looks cute that way.
というか知恵みでいいですよ。敬語とかもいらないです。今のリカ子さん？
いえ。
It clearly was.
じゃあちえみちゃん、僕のことも春秋と呼んでよ。話し方もタメ語で結構。
あ、本当ですか？じゃあ春秋さん、ご飯の時にでも身の上話とか聞きたいな。
Oh. She's getting jealous, guys.
ちなみにもしかして今晩は獅子肉のご商売に預かれるのかな？
もちろん、今日はごちそうだ。
やったぜ。楽しみですね、植松さん。
り
What?
り
Why are you moaning? Spit it out.
リカ子とお呼びください。
リカ子さん？
What kind of response was that?
なんでしょう。春はあるはら。
Aruhara.
春秋様。
She was about to call me by some weird name, but then somehow managed to actually get my real one right. Problem being that she called me out to be called out to me, but didn't actually have anything to say. Oh boy. Oh? What's your problem, Chiemi-san?
春秋さん、よかったら獅子の解体見学しに来ない？でっかい狩猟ナイフでブッシュ肉を立つよ。
Jesus, okay. That's a bit much, even for me. But I'm so popular with girls, guys. Whoa, that kind of invitation to have worded out anyone normal. But me? I was actually intrigued. You little freak.
春秋様。
はい。
あちらへ行きませんか？
どちらへ？
墓場へ。
An invitation even flicker than the previous one. It felt like she'd take me straight to the land of the dead, though. This was interesting in its own way.
リカ子さん、あんな原っぱで何するつもりですか？
芹沢様こそ血の宴などけったいな。いくら安水の務めとはいえ、血は汚れにつながるのですよ。
リカ子さんこそエッチいことはバッチいことですよ。
何をご想像されてるの？別に私はそのようなことは。
This is a moment where we just sit back and let them talk and entertain us.
そんなこと言ってリカ子さん結構むっつりっぽいからな。
I think the same actually.
そんな。大丈夫。男子はみんなエッチなお姉さんが大好きだから。
Beaming. She's not denying it anymore.
でも残念。エロパワーでもちえみさんはリカ子さんを超えるから。
Haruaki has so much race to pull those two.
そんなずるいです。
君ら何言ってるんですか？
久幸さん、待って待って。
Yeah, it seems so.
なんだって？
ねえ子、一体何を？
あ、リカ子さん脱落？じゃあちえみもらっちゃおっかな。
そんなうまい話が。
割と好みですよ。春秋さんがこっち住むなら里帰りする楽しみができたかな。
So I had a chance with Chiemi in this road though. Huh?
芹沢さんがいない間、チャンスだらけ。
Like, I'm actually freaking out, guys. Seeing Rikako being so forward. What the fuck is she saying? So open about it. What the fuck? We know each other only for a day, Rikako. calm down.
なんとそれはまずい。
And we forgot Santo.
メイコちゃん、かけっこしようぜ。
I ran around with her like I was a kid her own age again. Michael won here. As much as I enjoyed them having a cat fight over me, who wouldn't? I knew that we were almost out of time. The dance mist began flowing into the plaza. My tone was a bit forced, but no one paid any heed.
みんな霧が出た。
Jamie's loud voice flung over everyone into frenzied panic.
母ちゃんは家に入った。おやっさんは
年寄り扱いしてんじゃねえ。チー、ガキどもを連れて寮行け。
春明さん、
案内は
わかった。頼みます。春明さん、これが安水の霧。バカバカしいかもしれないけど、絶対に手順は守って。
あ
へえ、これが噂のノーム。本当に出会えるとはラッキーかも。
機材に悪そうだな。
それどころじゃないんです。部屋があってよかったわ。すぐにそちらへ逃げてください。
間宮さん、こっちだから。カメラマンさんは。
俺が行く。プレハブだろ。おっさん来い。転ぶなよ。
そんな焦らなくても。
I couldn't help but worry. Oh, Kami ga kuru zo. At the edge of my fading vision, I saw the old man mutter that and walk off.
メイコ、嫌な予感が当たったようです。
霧が出たら家に閉じこもるんでしたっけ？
みそぎ、物意味、夢枕、宴の支度、必ず3つお守りください。
体拭いて鍵かけて寝る？
そう。ご飯は明日まで待ってね。
うん、わかった。
掟を守れば今日は誰も死なない。
どういうことですか？
今日は宴の支度。明日からの宴に備えて支度せぬ者を神内明神は罰される。もう行ってください。
Ricardo-san took Meiko in her hands and took a step back. That alone made her face less clear.
必ず支度をして。明日また会いたいから。
必ず守ります。
I shot that right before her face vanished. She clearly liked me. So much that she was almost crying. We met today! Wow. Haruaki has effect on women. She probably assumed I wouldn't believe her and thought I'd be a pile of gore tomorrow. Not a chance. I knew how serious this was and understood the depths of their fear and despair. And on top of of it all, I wanted to help them. I wanted to reassure them by making that all too clear. I made my way carefully downhill to my hut. Unlock, enter, lock. Ooh, wrong order of operation. First clean yourself, then lock, then dream. Probably doesn't matter, but... oh man, I felt so much safer than last time. After all, I could actually lock up a decently sized space that was protected from the mist and had a nice place to lie down. It made it this far. I'd made it this far. That alone was a strong sign that I was doing way better than before. I turned on the light. I actually had electricity here. Well, I'd had it in the dorm last time too. All that was really cut was the telephone wires to the dining hall. Weird to think that the missed and severed phone wires were enough to create a closed circle like this one. Even weirder that I actually came back here of my own volition. I reached into the back of the corner of the room and opened the yellow box of food. It was probably unfair to everyone else, but I needed the energy. I'd have a hell of a time tomorrow. After my half-assed exile for dinner, I took the wet towel from the pile and washed my body. I then checked if the door was really locked. All that was left was to spread out the futon and sleep. Could I, though? After all, I had so many things on my mind. Here's the thing I'd learned today. Okay, we're going into the thinking mode. But a moment, please. Let's stop here for a moment. Let me check a few things. Okay. So, I must say that I'm really surprised how quick Uematsu-sama got close to us. How they were willing to fight over us in like a couple of hours of knowing us. So that was quick. Oh. Okay, give me a moment. I will go refill my water. I'm back. Alright, let's continue. First, the things I learned today. Oh no, let's not continue. Let's make sure everything is working. Ah, fuck. Never mind. Okay. Okay, let's go. First, the things I'd learned today. I found out I could change how things went down. This time, I somehow succeeded in becoming an inhabitant here and saved the journalist. Well, we don't know that yet. Had no idea if this would make things better than last time, but it was clear things were different. That alone was big, had to be. Also, I had a feeling there was at least one Yasumizu inhabitant who'd experienced a feast before. This wasn't that new, but now I felt like the elders weren't the only suspects. Takumi's son could have experienced one too. Tomorrow I could probably ask if there was a mess before, and I could actually make it sound natural. The settlement's history was just as the starting of an investigation, as its customs and superstitions. And Rikako Amatsu. She might have actually been way weirder than I'd first thought. She fell often as and went nuts when you just called her by name. Despite her weirdness though, there was a certain charm to her. She was kinda like a fancy-looking restaurant that you were afraid to go into, but when you mastered the courage, it turned out to be unexpectedly cheap and simple. Yet nice flavors, making you really attached to it. That's a comparison to a person. Interesting one. But objectively speaking, it felt like she was actually attracted to me. But why? Did our first meeting leave that much of an impression? Not that I minded the attention, but this seemed a bit too good to be true. Yeah, a bit. Whatever the case, I'd formed a bond that I certainly didn't expect last time. Assuming I solved this whole mystery, what would I do next? Following through on my lie and actually living here would upset too many parties, so that was a no. And if I left here someday, what would become of my relationships? Rikako-san didn't look like she'd ever leave this place. What about Chiemi? Why was I counting my chickens before they hatched anyway? I did appreciate that Chiemi actually liked me this time too. I wasn't much help to her last loop, so I was kinda fixated on saving her on this one. Like, yeah, I like how this guy just cares primarily about getting the girls. Honest. But there was another way to look at this. That was a feeling born of a trip through hell with her last time. Standing by her until the end, but the Chiemi from back then wasn't the same as the Chiemi from this loop. Any feelings I had for the previous Chiemi had nothing to do with this one. There was nothing more hollow than chasing after unrequired feelings, right? I'd had enough of thinking about that. Just made me feel empty inside. Time to review more important things. Like the previous roles. Takumi was the snake. Chikamo, Chikamoshida and Meiko were the monkeys. Yasunaga, Oribe and Teya Yamawaki were the wolves. Those were the only clear ones. Now for the rest. Since the spider was supposed to protect the snake, Takumi-san, who died on the second day, it was safe to assume it was someone who'd die on the first. That was either Kanzo Makishima or Yasumizu Oribe, and I was pretty sure it was the former. I had no guesses for the crow, though. The guardian didn't really get a turn in the spotlight this last time. There was only one standard lynching after all. In fact, there were far more abnormal deaths. Though I had no idea if those were or were not covered by the crow's power to tell if the lynch victim was a wolf or not. If they were, then perhaps the crow was waiting for the chance to come out, but all who died were humans, and eventually they were out of the game. Or maybe it was someone who couldn't make a good use of the power at all. Assuming Kanzo was the spider, then I had 7 suspects for the crow. Yoshitsugu Oribe, Haru Makishima, Chiemi Serizawa, Rikako Ematsu, Kyonosuke Nasato, Kaori Oribe, and the wolf, old wolf guy. First, Yoshitsugu-kun. Honestly, I felt he'd reveal himself as an owner of a guardian way before Takumi would. He was reckless and impulsive after all. Kyonosuke, she seemed like the type to proudly reveal that he had the crow. It was his family guardian beast after all. Or maybe he was using it to gather information on his own, so he could pull out a bunch of his own deductions all at once. No, he wasn't that stupid, surely. Also, he was given free rein until the wolves got to him on the final day. He had ample time to do something. Then Haru Makishima. She'd betrayed the humans and sided with the wolves, despite the fact that it wouldn't save her life. Needless to say, she seemed insane. The girl-rolled Shinnai came to her in a dream and told her the truth? What the hell? Who'd die for that? Was there some other way to create such madness? A method to create murder? Was there anything besides what Yasunaga-kun mentioned? I had no idea, but if there was, I really didn't think anyone with a guardian would fall victim to it. If Chiemi was the crow, I could hope she'd have confided in me about it. Hello, Stargazer. That's fine. I'm just happy to see you. I'm happy that you took the time to come here and say hi. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good day and will have a good dreams. In fact, I will make sure that you have good dreams. I will just pray to the moon. If Chiemi was the girl, I would hope she'd have confided in me about it. Kaori Oribe, I had no idea. She'd been the only one killed the conventional way last time, but was never really given the chance to speak up. And even if she was, it's possible she'd chosen to keep silent and focus on killing everyone for her son. Or she'd try to become a shield for him. The old wolf guy made no sense at all. If he'd gotten a guardian, it likely would have just gone to waste. Finally, Rikako-san. I had no idea what to expect from her. She was the only descendant of the Uematsu family and the recurrent head. So, perhaps she knew some secrets known only to the head families. However, from what I'd observed of her today, it really did seem like she just had a bad feeling and come to check. I didn't know how intelligent she was either. She did seem to have good intuition, but she was also a bit of a klutz. There was also the fact she'd been eliminated from the previous game due to some kind of strange corruption. Maybe she didn't have a chance to reveal that she possessed a guardian. That meant that the most likely candidates for the crow were Kako-san, Kaori-san, and the old wolf guy. That was most important here though. No problem, Stargazer. Thank you. Was if those guardians will be the exact same as last time. Yeah, we don't know if those will be the same. If they were, I'd have this piece in the back. If, to some extreme example, I went and silently took out Yasunaga-kun and Tae-san, I'd probably fall victim to the corruption, but the human side would win. Of course, the participants were different this time, so it wasn't guaranteed that we'd get the same guardians. But if Lord Shinnai or whatever picked them had some sort of qualification for his chosen, the addition of outsiders would change nothing. On the other hand, if our participation would change the Guardian's assessments, was it random or was there some kind of pattern? Whichever it was, it would mean that there was no higher will intend on giving Guardians to specific people. Whatever the case, would help getting closer to the truth behind the feast. If I found out the rules behind the Guardian distribution, I could probably win without trying to read people's mind. The only problem was my whole looping thing. Nobody would believe me if I told them. I couldn't blame them. If I went and said, "This is how it was last time, so you're the wolf this time," everyone would think I was nuts. I had to look at this as nothing but a source of extra info to use to my advantage. And of course, I couldn't sleep. What would happen to me if I spent the whole night awake? Was someone watching me? Did they know I wasn't sleeping? Would they come to kill me? That line of thinking made me feel like I was being watched. What about the locals? They already had the mist and the fist to fear. Could they sleep soundly? I knew the old stories said they should be able to, but...
春も幸せにして。
There was something wrong with the people of Yasumizu. They were normal in regular circumstances, no total idiots anywhere, and not all of them seemed like sort of to lose themselves to superstitious ramblings. However, certain situations seemed to act as a trigger, turning them completely irrational. The absolute extreme fear of the mist, the complete submission to the real story, the lack of aversion towards hanging people. Was that all part of the feast? If so, what kind of psychological systems were at work here? I couldn't understand. Things I couldn't understand scared me. Was there a limit to the extent I couldn't comprehend? What if it was just a huge never-ending downward spiral of irrationality? If that was the case, it'd be pretty damn scary. What? Huh? My eyes were closed, but it was bright. That could only mean that morning had come. No, well, yes, but there was something more important. I actually closed my eyes and fell asleep. I got to my feet. Wait. Sure enough, it was morning. What was that moment? It was pretty damn scary, and then there's like, eh? What? And he fell asleep. Something happened, I think, before he fell asleep. Okay, thank you for coming as always. Kisses for you and bye bye, painter. Something happened, I think, before he fell asleep or in the night. Sure enough, it was morning. I actually ended up sleeping. Well, that meant that since I'd completed my preparation, I was actually invited to the feast. It was proof that as long as you had a place to play, you could participate in the feast, even if you'd lived here only for a day. It was 6 o'clock right now. I'd gone to bed way too early, but that provided me a good night's sleep. I couldn't sense any beasts outside. Without any hesitation, I opened the door. Sure enough, there was the mist. Last time the first one who'd come to me was Shimi, but that was later than it was now. Was I supposed to wait before making a move? No. This was a chance to learn something I hadn't last time. I couldn't let this opportunity slip me by. Yasumizu was eerily silent. I couldn't see anything. My whole body was covered in cold mist, and I was all alone. It reminded me of my time wandering the endless riverbed before death. Crap. People despaired when they were cold, hungry, alone, and I could barely see. This was unavoidable and not something I could win against. I had to find someone right away. Suddenly I heard an angry shout from nearby. It made me turn rigid, and then Hanzo Makishima, she came out of the mist, gun in my hand.
おはようございます。
今起きたか。
ええ、特に何事もなく。
腹見たか。
は？
使いの加護は腹に出る。
He always has exposed stomach, so I wonder if that means that he never had a guardian. Or maybe just like on the side under the cloth or something. Oh yeah, Chime had told me that last time. Also mentioned something about Meiko not being able to read. Read it.
見てこい。
はあ、わかりました。
Acting like I didn't know what he was talking about, I returned to the hut. Man, that was close. I hadn't even considered the possibility that I'd have a guardian. Thank you, Stargazer. You're very nice. I like you. Our cult needs people like you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a good sleep. Well, it was unlikely, but I checked just to be sure. It will be the badger. I lifted my t-shirt and exposed my stomach. What I saw almost made me shriek. I didn't even notice it. I didn't realize there was something like this on my body. It was round in red fluid, most likely blood. And it was nothing that I've never ever seen before. Wait, English is hard. I have ever seen before. It was nothing that I haven't ever seen before. So he's seen this before. Grammar is weird. I think. Also, there was some weird text in here. Okay, I see the kanji for she, meaning death. That's not good.
鏡。いや、携帯で写真を。
After a bit of trial and error, I finally read what it said. The tower lookout. The snake. Find the lurking yomi. Cleanse and purify or die. Ah, if we don't do it, we die. So we're the snake now. So this mark was the snake's. It clearly said the tower lookout. The description seemed faithful to the original source, and it had a certain aura about it. Find the lurking yomi. The snake's role was to search for the yomi beetle. Okay, there is a person we saw, like the cultist looking person that appeared in the previous route for a moment in the doorway, and we didn't know who they are. What if they are the ones that distribute those marks? Like go from house to house and draw them. Maybe they drag us. And then, because to use our powers, we have to write on piece of paper and put it behind our pillow or something. What if they then come into in the night and take the piece of paper before the killing starts? I wonder. Maybe it's not really that supernatural. Although, no, it had to be, I guess, because we saw people melting. But maybe not all of it is supernatural. Cleanse and purify or die. Man, not being roundabout at all, are we? Anyway, that meant the corruption would take me if I didn't wash it off, huh? I quickly grabbed a wet towel and washed off the freaky warning. It even smelled like blood. I didn't know what it belonged to, though. If it were animal blood, I might have been in danger of catching something. Man, what were they thinking? Anyway, the snake of all things. It belonged to Takumi-san last time. He quickly revealed it, and as I assumed, the wolves used it to their advantage. So we're not the badger. Who's the badger? Chiemi? There is a badger, I'm sure of it. Because it's in the song. After all, the snake was the human's only way of actively confirming who was a wolf or not. This made it even harder for me to die. And just like I thought yesterday, the roles had changed a lot. There was no guarantee that Saranaga-kun and Teya-san were wolves. They could easily be humans. The same went for everyone else. It was best to assume that I'd been sent back to square one at that front. Wait, how was I supposed to use that snake power anyway? The blood letters only said that I was the snake and I had to wash it off right away. Did someone know? But if I went to ask, I'd basically be telling them I was the snake. Would there be an explanation during the first feast? Had no choice but to believe. For now, I would just return to the plaza.
おはようございます。
I walked through the mess as I called out.
兄ちゃん、こっちだ。
This time I had no problems meeting up with Kanzo-san.
見てきたか。
はい。
どうだった？
My man stopped for a second.
どうとは？
なんでもね、間違いだ。
He looked away. Was that a leading question just now? If there was something on my stomach, it meant I had a guardian. I was meant to be a newcomer who didn't know anything. Wasn't it unfair to ask me that? If I'd actually said or even implied that there'd been something on my stomach, that would mean that I had a guardian. Or if I said there was nothing, that could be used against me further down the line, putting me at a disadvantage. If he was a wolf, who knew the implication of his question? Then again, I felt like he retracted his question because he knew it could lead to that kind of misunderstanding. Shit, I'd love to ask that, but I couldn't use knowledge I wasn't supposed to have.
牧島さんでしたよね。もう一通り回られたんです。
うん。
That seemed like a yes to me.
みんな無事そうですか？
一人、死んだ。
What? Who? Huh?
待ってください。一体何が起きてるのかさっぱり。
騒ぐな。殺すぞ。
Kill? Did he really just use that word so casually?
おとなしくせえ。わしは、てめえを信じとらん。
Brian dished his rifle again.
何も知らない。何もしてない。
それは宴で決める。
He sure was assertive. Maybe he didn't have a guardian this time? This made me realize I could tell, right, okay. So, only because we can't see it on his stomach doesn't mean he's not a guardian. He probably washed it off already. I just thought the red mark is like permanent. This made me realize I could tell friend from foe by searching for differences in their behavior from last time around. For now though, I just had to make it through this awkward moment with Kanzo-san. Soon enough we were joined by the others. Tae-san, Takumi-san, Kaori-san, Yoshitsugu-kun, the old wolf guy. Takumi-san, Kanzo-san then went on to Nasato mansion and dorm, leaving me with just a woman, a child, and 2 elders.
おい、おっさん。
I'm not that old. I was not one of those old farts, damn it.
もしかして僕のことか？
他に誰がいいんだよ。
心外な。それでどうしたの？
てめえ、なんか知らねえの？
え、何かって？
こんな時に休み送りになったんだ。自分だっておかしいと思うだろ。
Okay, he's not completely stupid.
樋口のクソは何か言ってなかったのかよ。
いや、思いつかないね。
I played it off.
東京からの僕の不運は続いてるみたいだ。肌でわかるよ。尋常じゃない状況だって。まったく、イカれてるよ、この霧は。
てめえが言うな、イカレ野郎。
He said that, but his tone wasn't as antagonistic as before. It actually felt somewhat friendly. I could only guess that my acts for mysteriously warmed him up to me. A bit anyway.
別に揉めてねえよ。つうか、無理すんな。顔真っ青じゃねえか。
すみません、房石さん。とにかくおとなしくなさい。
構いませんよ。ところで、リカコさんとメイコちゃんはまだでしょうか？
Don't be they are dead. Don't tell me they are dead. I don't want them dead. At least Rikako-san. She cannot be dead. We already waifu her up, so she can't.
そうね。いつも朝はお早いけど。
長者のことなんざ知らね
え。よしくん、やめんかね。ちょっとお呼びしてく
The relationship here really well complicated. Tsuna left dance and brought Rikako-san and Meiko in. Thank God!
おはようございます。
As she entered the plaza, she looked at our mist-covered faces. Upon seeing mine, she gasped. They gave me a very slight bow.
お姉ちゃん、お布団で転んだ。足ぶつけて痛い。
Hmm? I just realized something. In the previous round, Meiko had the mark on her belly, but she couldn't read it. Would she know to wash it off? I mean, it could be a reasonable assumption that she washed it off. Although I think also, you know, she washed it off by herself, knowing, oh, it's dirty, I will wash it off. But also Rikako, I think, knew about it, so I think she did that. I don't know. I don't remember exactly. But why did she bow to us? What was that gasp with Rikako just now? Meiko seemed in poor spirits.
おまじないをしてあげる。
Magic? I wouldn't have been all that surprised if she actually capable of that.
しかし、ひどい霧ですね。実際に安水の霧に巻かれるのは初めてです。はい。私もそうです。宴をせねばなりませんね。
そうですね。
そうですね。
てめえこれ、どの面下げて宴がどうとか言ってんだよ、長者野郎がよ。
やめなさい、義継。すみません。力不足で本当に。
ねえ、お兄ちゃん怖い。
I'm scary?
俺はてめえを認める。
No, he's scary.
てめえだって長者の一人に違いねえし、腹の中で何考えてるかわかんねえんだ。
なぜそんなに敵視するんだい？それほどまでに長者は憎い存在なの？
当たり前だ。長者がいなきゃおふくろは絶対化けの皮剥いでやっから。
Yoshitsugu sure was aggressive this time. Did he have a guardian? This line of thinking felt dangerous. Making too many assumptions seemed more risky than not knowing anything.
お姉ちゃん。
Rikako-san was expressive as always, but I could tell she was feeling depressed.
なんというか大変ですね。
春明様。
She cannot bring herself to call us Fusaishi, but I can't tell. The moment she brings herself to do it, it will be an awesome moment. She looked around in confusion before.
よくご無事でよかった。本当に。
She then gave me a smile.
いや、さすがに霧程度でどうこうなんてならないですよ。
サラナガ、この下を流れる川ですが。
Okay, I think
サラナ
I
ガ
will start skipping a little bit
同期と言われます。
of her dialogue sometimes. Because she takes her sweet time and we probably read it half an hour ago.
富士吉では昔から最大の強
野里さんも霧が出ると必ず死人が出ると言っていましたね。
Oh, that's a new expression we haven't seen in her. She made a stern face unlike any I'd seen on her.
野里様は来て間もない春明様になんてことを。
ああ、いえ、こんな霧だから事故が必ず起きるのだと。
それにしても不謹慎です。安水には今も皆様が住んでおられる。
Saying that someone is certain to dies too ominous.
縁起でもない。
Not
僕
sure.
が来てまだ1日ですが、リカ子さんは長者の一員としては少し変わっておいでなのでしょうか。
なぜそのような。
You're cool and you're a waifu.
いえ、野里さんにしろ、上藤吉の人にしろ、安水に対する物言いが。
私は叱るべき敬意を払うべきと思っているだけです。藤吉という村の存続。
No.
安水
Fujiyoshi depends heavily on Yasumizu.
大きいのですから。
Hmm?
どういうことでしょう。詳しく聞きたいです。
いずれお聞かせします。
I shall tell you eventually. God damn it.
ええ、
Don't die before then.
そんな場合じゃありませんね。
私は安水を守りたいのです。
The Ostrikasen fell silent. Feeling a bit awkward, I resumed waiting. Soon enough, Takumi-san brought Kiyonosuke to us. He immediately started worrying over Rikako-san as expected, but she seemed unreceptive to him. I might have gotten in the way of his love story. It made me feel kinda bad. Eventually, Kanzo-san returned along with the students. I think... Who's that?
間宮さん、
The old lady?
足元気をつけて。
危ない危ない。
Ah, okay. The cameraman, maybe? Seeing Hasako Mamiya with them filled me with relief. Das? Oh my god. You bots are getting creative with your wording. Don't worry, I will ban all the phrases. Alright. Since I already here, I will check on a few things. Okay. Let's go back. Thus, I finally understood what would happen now.
おはようございます。皆さん。
Yep. Hashimoto-san is dead. Ignoring everyone's gloomy faces, she forced a smile. She greeted us like it was a normal morning. So, for him to survive, I guess we have to swap houses with him. But we couldn't yet. The inhabitant didn't respond. I also had a guess about what had happened, so I had trouble picking my words too.
どうしちゃったんです？確かにすごい霧ですけど、それが一体？あれ？橋本さん、まだ寝てます？
Again, no one responded.
上の方にいるんでしたっけ？ちょっと見てきますね。
無だよ。
Kanzushi opened his mouth, taking it upon himself to say it. I could already hear some stifled sobbing. Stifles. It was Haru-chan. Not only was she afraid, she'd also realized that a tragedy had occurred. Mamiya-san realized that something was wrong and was about to ask about it when
でけえのは死んだ。
the crude old man just told her what was up.
何を？
上ん崩れとるところで死んどる。
Ah, he left. I'm guessing.
何を言ってるんですか？
She instantly lost her composure. The unnatural aura around her was suddenly starting to get to her.
ふざけないでください。今朝一番で車を直してここから出ないといけないんです。私起こしてきますから。
勝手に動くんじゃねえ。
何の権限が？
牧島さん。
I raised my voice because Kanzushi reached for his gun again.
冗談でしょ。何これ。ああ、ドッキリとかパンクしたとこから。ああ、それならわかる。
僕らはあなたたちのルールをまだ知らないんだ。銃を向けてあなたの思うように動くとは限りませんよ。
なんだてめえは。
ああ、やめとけおやっさん。どうしちまったんだ。人には絶対銃を向けんなって。
Yeah.
普段やかましいあんたがよ。
Something changed about behavior of Kanzo-san here to the previous round. Again, it's a dangerous logic to, assume immediately that he's a guardian, but, something changed about him for sure. Kanzushi suddenly lowered the gun.
ドッキリじゃないなら犯罪だわ。やりすぎよ。今すぐやめて。ここから出ていくわ。
間宮さんだっけか。悪いがそういうわけにはいかねえんだ。霧が晴れるまでは絶対に山に入っちゃダメだ。それに言いにくいがあんたの相棒はもういねえ。やられちまってる。
やられた？殺された？何を言ってるのよ。だから。
匠、連れてけ。
あんた、血を見ても平気か？
冗談なのよね。
僕も行きます。あの人にはお世話になったから。
ああ。あと悪いが手借りる。
With the cleanup, I assume.
わかりました。
私も行きます。メイコはここにいなさいな。
私も行く。
俺も行く。そんなもんでビビらね
え。くだらん。霧で迷って転びでもしたか。うちの辞書のことなら一応見に行かねばな。まったく面倒だ。
We got so many volunteers that besides the old people and Meiko, the only ones who ended up staying were Kaori-san and Haru-chan. Both of them didn't look so good. Takumi-san led us uphill. Since we went through the fields, some of us fell or got stuck, so it took a whole 10 minutes. Still, we arrived at the scene of the crime. What I saw there was almost exactly the same as what I saw last time. There was a brutalized corpse. It was close to prefab, next to a waist-tall boulder, which did little to hide the large body. It was totally destroyed. The entire frame had been torn apart and bent as if systematically detached his muscle inside and bones from his body. The only things that hinted at who this once was the scattered pieces of clothing and the impressive amount of flesh. Once again, Yudai Hashimotoshi failed to survive the first night.
外に出ちまったか。
As Takumi-san muttered to himself, Mamiya-san finally broke her disbelieving silence with a hysterical scream.
何があったっていうの？橋本さんはどうなったの？何がどうしたらこんな
間宮さん落ち着いて。
これがどうやって落ち着けっていうの？なんでこんなことになってるの？
Mamiya-san stopped mid-sentence and began puking. She either screamed herself into vomiting or cast a direct glimpse of the corpse.
わめきたいのはこっちも同じだ。冗談じゃねえ。昔話に殺されてたまるか。
知ってたんですか？
ん？
こうなるってこと知ってたんですか？
Ask him that while feigning anger and despair.
知ってたわけじゃねえ。しかし昔からそういう話はあった。霧が出ると人が死ぬってな。
それは事故が原因のはずだ。
ああ、俺もそう思ってたよ。長者どもの説明を信じてな。やっぱ嘘だったってわけだな。
嘘とはなんだ。今回だってなんだ。その狼が蘇ったなどというつもりか。
That's a weird translating decision to not translate Okami to wolves when they did this the whole game.
とぼけんじゃねえ。化け物も神様もそう簡単に出てたまるか。どうせ長者が獣でもけしかけたんだろうが。
おやめなさい。お二人とも。
Rikura-san's faint stern voice cut the argument short. She then faced Hashimoto-san's body and lowered herself before it.
マロードをもてなすべき。私たちに帰する席です。せめて安らかに夜道を歩まれますよう。汚れは私が引き取る。
Rikura-san then.
何を？
Rikura-san was inching her face closer to the pile of flesh and bone when Mamiya-san suddenly cut in, stopping her.
何してんだ、やめろ。
止めないで。
Her voice and face were borderline demonic. None of us could bring ourselves to stop her. She leapt over to the corpse and, ignoring the blood, began sifting through the remains with her hands.
絶対あるはず。
She doesn't care about him, just about a thing or something. I suddenly realized what she was doing.
手伝います。
She didn't respond nor stop me. She completely lost her cool, but that madness was under control. It was clear this wasn't some unreasonable panic. After all, he must have had it. I began helping her, roughly searching the body.
Haruakiさん、何してるの？
カメラだよ。この人なら何かを撮っているかもしれない。
あ、
The kill was the same as last loop. The body was torn apart with no rhyme or reason. I felt something stiff on my hand. It was her. I was close to the head.
深く考えるな。
His camera must have been on his neck. I could follow this hint and I felt a cord on my hand.
ありました。
どこに？
It was totally broken, expensive-looking digital camera. It must have cost a fortune, but Mamiya-san didn't care and just opened it.
化け物が化け物なんているもんですか？
She muttered that in delirium, took out its memory card, threw the camera away and ran off.
どこ行くの？ああ、もう、匠兄ちゃん、あとお願い。
The two disappeared into the mist.
なんかわかるか？やっすん。
大したことは。ただ、やっぱり、プレハブにはトイレがないんだ。
Oh, so he had to leave to take care of his business. He didn't know how important the preparation were, so this result was obvious. Ah, so we should swap with houses with him so he could use the toilet in our house. That is one of the very best visual novels ever made. It is, however, very, very long and it can be a little violent. Hello, Lunar. How are you doing? Welcome. I'm not sure if it's that long. From what I looked up, it should take about 30 to 40 hours. So, in the grand scheme of things, not that long for a visual novel. I also think that ending is mixed. People have mixed opinions, but I don't know. We'll see when we get to it. But yeah, it is going a bit slow. That I will agree with. But how are you doing? I should have been the one to stay in the prefab. He died because of me, but I couldn't let myself wallow in regret. Takura-san approached the body again, but Takumi-san put his hand on her shoulder.
あんたもそういうのはいらね
え。しかし
長者のわけわかんねえもんに頼りたくねえし、頼らせたくねえ。そのうちもっとひどいことになる。植松は貧乏くじだろうが、手だけ合わせとけ。
Takumi-san's tone was neither calm nor sympathetic. I had no idea what he meant by short end of the stick. But for some reason I felt like he was protecting her from something. From corruption, maybe? You're working 6 days a week. Why are you working with that, if I may know? You don't have to tell me if you don't want. But, well, I'm honored that you're taking your day off with me. Hello, Punisher. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing, then? 2 new people came in at the same time. I'm very happy to see you guys.
わかりました。
Takura-san did as she was told and put her hands together before chanting some sort of prayer. Shitsugu-kan watched her with a scowl. Kenosuke missed his chance to talk to her, so he was just frozen in place.
やす、よし、近持ち。みんな連れて戻ってろ。手洗って、飯の支度だ。
Good to see you're good. I'm kind of focusing on the game, so if you guys have any questions about anything or the game, just tell me. And I will be happy to engage in a conversation. Otherwise, I kind of want to focus on the game. I work in factories lifting heavy things and using a reciprocating saw contributing to the infrastructure of the country. That's a lot of words I don't understand, but sounds like an important job. Thank you for your service.
わかった。
命令してんじゃねえよ。
りっちゃん、行こう。
野里さん、行きましょう。
別に案内などいらん。行きましょう、リカコさん。
You already love it? That's a great praise, thank you. Yeah, if you want, it's written, but in case you missed it or whatever, maybe YouTube backed, there is a recap of previous episodes in the description, but it's not very detailed, so ask me questions and I shall answer. Those they all left.
悪いな、不妻子。
いえ、このくらい頼ってください。
Takumi-san and I began cleaning up Hashimoto-san's body. We couldn't remove the door, so we carried him on board from the destroyed construction site. Yeah, it is my first time. I mean, this is the second route. And so we dropped him into Saranaga. I listened carefully and I thought I actually heard a splash this time. So there was a bottom after all. Then why had we gotten lost on that one loop? It is just you and me. I mean, Lunar is here. But dates are not bad either. Thinking on that possibility, I parted ways with Takumi-san, then I returned to my hut and washed the blood off. Went to the plaza again. The people had gathered around the dining hall. They were handing out food apparently.
あんた手は洗ったんかね。
はい。汚れも落としました。
そうね。お疲れ様。
The sun seemed to be a bit softer on me than before.
若い人は食べといで。さもなきゃ持たんからね。
Thank you, Punisher. I appreciate it. Maybe my appreciation doesn't come across well with words, but I know how much it means that people take their time to spend time with me. Because there is so much even content on YouTube to watch, so it means a lot that from all those videos and streams you're choosing me.
そうしましょうか。山脇さんは
あたしゃ胸がいっぱいでね。
食べられそうなら食べに来てください。
うん。
Giving a vague response to us and look up at the boulder next to us. I followed her gaze and...
これは
Now 3 wolves. So the blood signs from last time. Perhaps because more people here are than before?
あれは黄泉から戻った狼様の印だから、あれが2つあるってことは2人だってことだと思う。
That was what Chimi had told me last time. And now...
狼様は3人おる。
Yeah, there were 3 of those weird diamond whales.
どういうことです？
後で教えてあげるからね。
わかりました。ではまた。
A bit overwhelmed, I walked away. Thank you, Punisher. The number of people had increased. I was told there could be 3 wolves at most, and that was exactly what we got this time. Why? What caused this change? There were several differences from last time, but which one of them did it? Whatever it was, I could assume that knowing the roles from last time wasn't much of an advantage. Outside the dining hall, Kanzo-san was sitting on the ground and drinking something from a large bowl. What that means, I will be more uncomfortable. It's pretty hard to make me uncomfortable, so we'll see. Wait, did I read that? Outside the dining hall, Kanzo-san was sitting on the ground and drinking something from a large bowl. He looked up at me and said those card words before focusing on his bowl again. He didn't trust me, nor did he antagonize me more than necessary. That was pretty reasonable, actually.
おかえりなさい。
Yeah, I know it's a horror game. Although not that scary so far. I like horror games as well. More so because the topics they explore than because of the scares, because they are not that scary to me, but they just dive often into morbid and interesting things that other genres are too afraid to do it, you know? So I appreciate horror for that. Inside the building, I found the students Uematsu-san, Meiko, Kiyonosuke-shi, and Kaori-san. Well, there was the old wolf guy too, but he was just staring at an empty bowl in the corner of the room. I have not watched Higurashi, but I know of it and I saw some clips. I don't know. I feel like I'm definitely going to watch it someday, but at the same time, I'm not in a hurry. You know, it's a case of the thing being so popular that I'm kind of not in a hurry because I know I will like it to some degree, and I will not, you know, and I feel like I know enough about it already because of the clips and people just speaking about it. Okay, that's fine. Let's cherish then those 10 minutes together, Punisher.
すみません、手伝えなくて。
とんでもない。匠さんを手伝ってくれてありがとうね。
大したことじゃないですよ。ちえみちゃんと間宮さんは？
記者様がカメラの中を見るとかで部屋にこもっておいでです。芹沢様はその服を洗濯されるとかで。
Made sense. Mamiya-san will sleep boldly. Thank you. Kaori-san gave me a bowl and took one of the empty
お
seats.
疲れ様です、夫妻さん。
君こそ安永くん。
もう名前覚えてもらえたんだ。光栄です。
It wasn't enough to hint I was sleeping was I took a pair of chopsticks and I ate up. It was simply me of some boiled vegetables and meat.
ごめんなさいね、こんなもので。昨日の仕込みの流用だけど、あんまり無駄にはできないでしょ。
食料どれくらいあります？
冷蔵庫が止まっちゃったから、牛乳やお肉はもうあまり持たないけど、お米と野菜は心配しないでいいわよ。
Oh, I didn't think about it last time, but at the very least, this awful situation didn't come with hot food shortage. Perhaps that was a silver lining.
電気がつかないことで他に問題は？
どっちかっていうとガスの方が心配だわ。そろそろボンベ交換の時期だから、切れたら焚き火かしら。
山もぶっちぎれだね。
近持くん、汚い言葉は使わないの。
Ranking your final exams. I wish you luck. I'm good with being your content for second monitor while you're learning, you know? You can put me on your second monitor. Shikamachi-kun, what's your language? Okay. Listening to that strangely mundane exchange, I resumed eating. It was actually good. I didn't look like it was, so I felt like I had to close my eyes. Unlike the soup I was given in Kamifujiyoshi, it was well salted and had a rich taste. The meat had to be the game killed by Kanzoshi and gutted by Chiemi. It didn't reek much and had a simple flavor. It was probably venison. I'd consider this revenge for the time they made me a fool out of me in the mountains. In terms of the amount of meat and seasoning, the people here seem to be eating better than in Kamifujiyoshi. Was it just my imagination? Interesting. Maybe the Kamifujiyoshi is just too big to feed all of the people, and because they count for themselves, they get more. After emptying my bowl, I was offered some more and gladly took it. It was best to eat whenever I had the chance.
よくもそう、ここの食事に簡単に馴染めるものだね。
Janosuke suddenly commented. I thought he was being sarcastic, but his tone didn't seem antagonistic.
食べないんですか？
家に食料があるのでね。正直、町暮らしが長いと ここの食事はどうにも味気なく思えるものだよ。
By local, he probably meant Fujiyoshi as a whole, not just Yasumizu.
それに今はあまり食べる気にならん。
おっちゃん、食えば最後になるかもしれないし。
おい、モッチー。
Haruchan had been completely pale since I'd arrived, but she suddenly covered her mouth and ran off to the bathroom. She'd forced herself to eat what she'd been given, but that stress had left her unable to keep it down.
近持ち、貴様は人の気持ちを介さぬと拝着されたことから何も学ばんのかね。
Disinherited, because you didn't understand people's feelings. Interesting.
おっちゃんに言われたくない。謝ってくる。
He went to the bathroom too, leaving the rest of us feeling kinda awkward.
この後、何があるんですかね。
古臭い、寄り合いを開くのだろう。あれをやったのが誰か、それを決めるために。
決めてどうするんです？
大丈夫ですよ、久石さん。
Yasunaga couldn't join the conversation with unnaturally bright tone.
理不尽なことはきっと起きません。
お、なんか頼もしいな。
Ah, I see, Punisher. Let's just leave my stream open, playing in the background as you fall asleep to the sound of my voice. Not bad deal, right?
Eh, 大丈夫です。
Was he aloof this time too? As I frowned and thought to myself, Takumi-san joined us.
匠さん。
香織さん、大盛りで頼むわ。キヨ、しっかりしてっか？
気軽に呼ぶな。
Good night.
お、久石はしっかり食ってんな。
おかげさまで、ごちそうさまでした。
たく、俺より先に香織さんの飯なんて贅沢なやつだぜ。うまかったろ。
Takumi-san is a lot more friendly to us this time around.
ええ。お嫁にもらうなら、こんな形ですね。
What are you saying? Calm down. What are you... Wants to die?
あらあら、お世辞が過ぎるわ。
てめえ、まさか香織さんを。
あれ、なんだろう、この空気。
After playing it off,
ところで、匠さん。
Jesus, Haruaki really is a Rizzler. First raising up Chiemi, then Uematsu-san, and now the MILF-san. Yeah, I hope so too, Punisher. Hope to see you again. Sweet dreams.
なんだ。
Will Haruaki stoop so low to go for Haru-chan as well? Or for the old lady? We'll see.
宴はいつからですか
9時がおやっさんの指定。
わかりました。
There wasn't even an hour before we could begin discussing who to kill. Why? Wait, he already called it a feast. Did he... Is he supposed to know that already? I wonder. Takumi-san began eating and everyone fell silent. She went and moved to seats.
大丈夫ですかおじいさん。
お
It was the same as always, man. Just what would we do if he had a guardian?
困りましたね。次の日に霧に巻かれるなんて。おじいさんは安水のどの辺に住んでるんです？
He's just ignoring us. This wasn't even a conversation.
すみません。お邪魔だったみたいですね。
ここは安全じゃ。
はい？
ここが一番安全じゃ。じゃから俺を。
Thanks, Punisher. Huh. This is the most safe place. He means the village as a whole? or this building? Safe?
ああ、この食堂がってことですか？
No response. Were we having a dialogue or was he just muttering things that made no sense? Was he talking about Yasumizu? That could be it. After all, this was the least safe place in Fujiyoshi. I thought that he had a reason why he found it safe, but whatever it was, it couldn't save him from dying last time. Bye. In the end, it wasn't safe for him either. Something seemed off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Wait. I somehow lost my light to sit next to him and began searching for a new seat as I waited. The clock seemed to move strangely slowly. Bye. You're waiting for a goodbye kiss? Okay. Mwah. Good night. Now you can sleep. The chair next to me was pulled a bit. Anyway, where could I sit? Our eyes met. Anyway, where could I sit?
春秋様とお話ししたい。
She expressed it with words. Anyway, where could I...
リカコさんを放置するな。
まさかの方向からツッコミが。
誰がツッコミかね。気が浅くて敬うべき相手がわからんとしても、奥ゆかしい女性の気遣いは受けるのが礼儀だろう。
Why? First of all, hello, Constellation. Why was he ignoring her just for laughs? Second, interesting translation. He called him Tsukomi from the Boken Tsukomi. I think Tsukomi was the straight man in the classic Manzai comedy act. That's an interesting question as your first question, Constellation. Well, welcome to the stream overall. What music do I listen? A little bit of everything, more or less. Maybe not really rap or hip hop, but overall, a little bit of everything. And when it comes to genres, mostly Japanese music. But not only. I'm fine with English music, I just gravitate to Japanese music. And that's what YouTube recommends me, mostly.
さっきのが奥ゆかしかったかはともかく主張自体には反論できない。
そうだろう。ふざけてるのかね。
リカコさん、今日もお綺麗ですね。
Haruaki is such a troll. He's a little freak. He's weird. I'm suspecting that he's a serial killer or something. But I like how much of a troll he is.
お話終了。それはともかく野里先輩、さっきのはもしやノリツッコミですか？
Oh, yeah, now he called him straight man.
長者を適当にいじるな。
お姉ちゃん、なんか変。
すごい。このメンツで漫才が成立してる。
Yeah.
変わった野郎だな。
久石さん、面白い方ね。
香織さん、この顔どうすか？
面白いですよ、匠さん。
Kyonosuke, she eventually shouted that the standard, I'm not staying with someone so ill-bred, and left. Well, Takumi-san went with him, so I doubted Kyonosuke she would be unlucky victim number 2 as per horror cliches. It came back to me. During the previous feast of the Yomi Purge, Chikomochi, Kamoshida, and the wolf guy had been killed probably by something other than corruption. The suspects from back then who were now around the dining hall were? No. If it meant finding out the truth, I could just leave that. I had to switch gears. Anyway, I sat down next to Rikaka-san, who'd said her so many times she'd actually gone limp. So that was my name now, huh? I gave up on correcting her. By the way, constellations. Why did you ask me a question for my favorite music and didn't follow up with that? I thought you will tell me your favorite music. What is your favorite music, Constellation? By the way, manzai comedy with the straight man and the stupid man or funny man is very popular, like bread and butter of comedy in Japan. And I really like this style of comedy, especially like integrated into stories like this. I think it's great. And they really like to integrate it into everything. Hello Articus. How are you doing?
やあ、めいこちゃん。ちょっとお姉ちゃん借りるね。
話されるんですか？それじゃあ、こっちで遊ぶ？めいこちゃん。
Yasunaga can talk Michael with him, giving us a chance to talk.
ひどい人。
美人に言われると嬉しい言葉ですね。
So easy. I was actually starting to find these reactions adorable. I could enjoy bullying a cute older woman. This was a rare opportunity and I appreciated it immensely. I mean, I cannot hate Haruaki because he's our guy. It's scary how closely he thinks to me sometimes, and but I can't deny we're all little freaks here with him. How was your sleep, Articus?
というわけで、なんでしょう。
私はとても申し訳なく思っております。
え、何にです？
最悪の時にあなた方を休みずに迎えてしまったことを。
それは仕方ないじゃないですか。霧が出るなんて予想はできない。
いいえ、すべては私たち藤吉の者の最初の罪行によるものです。
Lunar, I would date any woman, basically, aside maybe from old lady and Meiko. In here. And Haru is a bit crazy. But Rikako, sure, I would date her. Chiemi, I would. MILF lady, would so hard. I'm a slut, Lunar. And I love all women. And some boys as well. You forgot your dream again? That's the worst. I would love to remember more of my dreams, because I know my dreams get crazy and very interesting, but I quickly forget them. So that's sad.
最初の罪後？
はい。この村は神の眷属を殺めて
Oh, new lore.
栄えた村なのですから。
The ancient story of killing the wolves, huh?
詳しい話を聞きたいですね。
この後、おそらく山脇様から説明があることでしょう。
山脇さんから？
はい。山脇様がYasumizuの名代でいらっしゃいますので。
名代？地主とかではなくですよね。
ええ。Yasumizuの土地はすべて村か長者のものです。山脇様がしっかりなさっている方で一番ご年配だから裁量を持つ、そういうわけでございます。
なるほど、そういうわけでございますか。
Just cute when she's hungry. Wait. Okay. How was the manga you sent? I actually seen it before, I think, or in the past. So it didn't surprise me, but yeah, it is crazy and I really like it. Although I didn't read it really, I only saw some panels. Instead of turning bashful, she actually glared at me at this time. This was pretty good too. As I knew how it was, the eldest was the representative, and with that she was in charge of the first tutorial.
ちなみにマロードっていうのは何か来訪者をもてなす文化みたいなものがあるのですか？
はい。そもそもかつての藤吉は狩りの安全の祈願のため新遠方の狩人を村人はマロードと呼び手厚くもてなしたと言います。
That makes sense. If the belief itself was the village main draw, I could understand why this unique religion survived so long. I wanted to get some certain details, but it didn't seem like something I should ask about while alone.
しかし、そっか。リカ子さんが僕に優しくしてくれるのも僕がマロードだからなんですね。
いえ、そんなことは。
それとも怪我をなさった時にその場にいたから？
それははい、感謝しております。でも理由が必要でしょうか？
いえ、そんなてっきり何か特別な理由があるのかなって。
あったらどうなるのでしょう？
嬉しいかもしれない。
She's blushing. The adorable woman hung her head down, cheeks reddening. I was the one playing around with her, but that actually made me feel kinda bashful. Perhaps I had to be more serious about her feelings. How would I do that though? Forget it. It wasn't the time for that. I was given an important role, so I had to find a way to keep the others alive.
そろそろ行きましょうか。
Oh my god. I suggest the Steam game Stamper. Steam game Stamper is a title? Or Steam Games Tamper? Is the Tamper alone a title? Jubilee? Oh, I don't know that one. Splasher? I don't know that one. Nerf? I don't know that one. Chaos Cad and Noah. I don't know if that's a subtitle to Chaos Cad, but I heard of Chaos Cad. I did not play it. Death Mark 2. I know Death Mark 1. I did plan for Death Mark 2 or the spin-off, I think there was at some point, but not in the near future. Because after this game I probably will take a bit of a break before starting another visual novel. I read some new files, I already know them. How to Date a Magical Girl? Okay, maybe. Perfect Apocalypse Trilogy Purgatory Forever, okay. I don't know that one. Okay, you gave me some that I knew and some that I didn't. If you want, you can join my Discord and note it down in Stream Ideas channel so I don't forget those names for the future. Coruscant's voice prompted everyone to rise from their seats. Then we wordlessly began to leave the dining hall. It didn't feel like an emergency, but this was the end of our normal, everyday life. We already had people at the hall. Kanzoshi, Takumi-san, Kiyonosuke-shi, Yasumizu and... Jamie and Mamiya-san were here too. Mamiya-san looked depressed. Her panic attack seemed to have subsided, but that didn't seem she'd come around to all this. Oh, she probably has some photos now. Jamie whispered to me that they couldn't read the data they picked up. Oh, that's sad. So we had no clues from the camera. Is it really true? The old guy the students, Haru-chan's face was still pale. Kaori-san, Rikako-san, Meiko, and I all went inside. Something strange happened then. As they went in, they hid their faces with both hands and lowered their hands. It was a really weird gesture. I'd actually seen it last time though. Taya-san had done this while facing a boulder when Prayer to Shinai was playing over the speakers. There'd been a strange veil-like thing on her face. Must have been another local custom. For now, I just follow their lead. Everyone sat in the circle. It seemed they were sitting in order of age, starting from the far end.
山脇様、私はメイコのそばにおります。
Okay, Articus, that's fine. I appreciate that you came to say hi. Thank you. Bye bye. See you around. But I will say, I'm unhappy that now the Brotherhood is missing each other. You guys now don't come in at the same time. It wasn't enforced though.
夫妻子と記者の姉ちゃんは
下座でええ。
わかりました。
I sat down close to the exit and Mamiya sat down beside me.
いいんですか？
私ここの住人じゃないから。
Bye bye. Her tone was cold.
何が始まるんでしょうか？
知らない。
She was whispering things like, why did this happen? Or, this just can't get any worse, and I couldn't see a single trace of the vigor from yesterday.
これでみんなかね。
Okay. First time participating in the feast. Let's go! Yamawaki-san entered the last and closed the door, plunging the room into darkness. Mamiya-san gasped and Meiko let out a quiet scream, but that was it. No one here from Yasumizu was shook. Then there was a click of switch being turned on, light up the bare light bulb above. The lighting was poor, making everyone animated faces stand out more. It felt unnatural, like a whole other world.
みんな座りさんだ。読み意味の宴を始めましょうね。
And so it began. Urged by Yamawaki-san, Rikako-san, and though understanding her implication, went deeper into the room. And after a bit of messing around, returned to us without tripping. In her hand, she held a lobeless bottle.
神内様に献上されたおみきです。マロードから順に回し飲みしてください。
Rikako-san sat down next to Mamiya-san and gave her an aged sake cup.
これ飲まなきゃダメですか？
はい。汚れを遠ざけてくれます。
Mamiya-san didn't reply, but still took it. Rikako-san then filled it with
こ
sake.
れを全員で飲むの？
いくら飲んでいただいても結構です。お酒は
She will gulp it down. Rikako-san glared at the cup, smelled it, then just drank it all down. She sure looked like she could hold her liquor.
普通のいいお酒よ。銀醸化がする。
Of course, her food reporter brain turned on. Impressed by her professionalism, I took the cup from her.
春脇様は飲めますか？
どんと濃いです。
With a light-hearted reply, I let her fill the cup. Then drank it all. Yeah, it was actually pretty good. It seemed like a luxury even. I had no idea how much a poor settlement got their hands on it. It didn't seem like I could ask for more, so I just gave the cup to Meiko. Rikako-san gestured for her to just pretend to drink it. Same for the students, the sake went through several people without anyone drinking. I mean, I think they should at least take a droplet of it to take the ritual properly, but okay, if they think that's fine.
ここから大人ね。いただきます。
Jamie emptied it in the moment she got it. Rikara-san would be sitting next to her if it wasn't for Meiko. Then Taku took a sip herself, followed by Kaori-san, until Kyonosuke she finally emptied what was left. Takumi-san drank 2 full cups, saying, "Some feast, huh? You get to drink sake during the day." Then the elders each emptied a cup, that was everyone, so Rikako-san took the bottle and cup and returned to her place.
一通り回ったか。タエバ、説明せ。
伝承を知らない方もおられます。
I really didn't know it.
よろしい方。
そうですね。それじゃあお話ししましょうね。
Finally.
神内様は山の神。大昔この村ができた時は神内様の一のお守りは狼様じゃった。
Lailani, hello, hello, hey, hey, you see me? I'm here. Welcome, welcome. Sometime no see. Welcome back, good to see you. That's fine, I've been busy too. Yeah. I think from what I saw, your streams are doing very well. So I'm happy for you. Strangely, my streams are on Twitch at least are dying, but on YouTube, because I'm multi-streaming, are rising. Maybe not today, because today is a slow day, but overall it's weird. I don't know. I also don't know what's going on. I don't know what I'm doing, but it works in mysterious ways. And yes, you've come a long way. At the beginning, when I came to your streams, they were unwatchable, to be perfectly honest. Audio was horrible, I could barely hear you, and things like that. Ads. I'm holding the game for a moment just to talk with Lailani here. Okay. Yeah, I was saying, you came a long way, and to be perfectly honest, your first streams when I came in to visit were horrible to watch. Because your audio was horrible, the quality was bad, and I could barely make out what you're saying. So yeah, you really went a long way. Okay.
狼様は他のお守り様、蛇様、猿様、カラス様、雲様らと読み人から人を守ってくれ。
All the things we know already. I see, I see. Yeah, I remember it, Lailani.
読み人何？
死んだ人、生き返った人よ。
What have you been playing recently? I think you like FPS games, right?
大丈夫。私がいるわ。
狼様は今も上富士吉の神内明神に祀られとる。他のお守りよりも一等選
So now we're learning the real deal.
じゃが安水には別の話が伝わっておる。狼様は確かに人を助けたが人を喰らいもした。狼様の前では火もたけんかった。
That's a confusing story. I don't know what to believe anymore.
じゃから人は蛇様、猿様、カラス様、雲様に頼み込んで狼様を騙したんじゃ。
The Kyoyo-san had called it Yasumizu's original sin. Last time Chiemi was the one to tell me. Everyone living here knew it, surely. And since Kyonosuke and Rikako-san knew it, the village heads knew it as well. Kamifujiyoshi's people, though, just continued to revere the Okami-sama, the wolves.
人は宴を開いて狼様にたらふく酒を振る舞った。他のお守りもしきりに酒を勧めるものだから狼様は大いに酔っ払った。やがて狼様が眠ったところを人は寄ってたかって運びサラナガに放り投げて殺してしもうた。
Sorry, I'm not entertaining you with talking right now, but I kinda want to proceed with the story. But if you want to talk about something, let me know. それから藤吉の者はますます栄えたが時折黄泉から狼様が落ちてきて人を食らうようになった。 So it was basically a tyrannical rule by Okami-sama, right? Because it protected them, but also sometimes required sacrifice to eat people.
狼様は人に化けておられる。じゃから人は狼様を見つけくくって亡きにせ。
But it seems like they are not pretending exactly to be people, but like work like a guardian, like they get their powers or something from the people that already exist, not replace them.
一日にくくれるのは一人。それが神内様の決めた掟。じゃからこうして集まって亡きにする一人を決める。それを読み意味の宴と言った。夕霧が立つのは狼様のお越しの合図じゃからみんな支度をする。風呂を浴びて一人一つの家に閉じこもってきちんと寝ることじゃ。それもまた神内様の掟。そうでない者は汚れを受ける。神内様の神罰じゃ。お姉ちゃん、書くのはやめてくれん。
She was writing. Mamiya-san was taking notes. She suddenly put away her notepad, and I couldn't read her expression at all.
わからんところは教えてあげるからね。ともかくも夕霧の日、神内様は汚れをお下しになった。
It's very convoluted. I'm having trouble understanding the lore exactly.
そして置き場によもつ狼様の印が描かれておった。
I still don't know what the corruption exactly is.
遮ってすみません。置き場とは
安水に点在する岩石のことだ。人工物と思われるが由来は不明だがね。
安水のものは あれは敬うべきものだと教わります。
かつて水場ができる前は岩の上で火を焚いたことから置き場と呼ぶのだと、
Ah,
そんな話もあります。
that seemed like a weird idea to me, but I just kept listening. What is this dancing emoji? That's a cute one.
安水はね、貧しいところよ。土も悪いし日も当たらん。獅子は多いが取るのはいつも命がけ。でも置き場があるからここは特別じゃとあたしらは思ってるのよ。
なるほど。それで印っていうのは？
She composed herself pretty quickly after losing a friend.
そう、あれが3つ。じゃから狼様は3人おる。
なんでそんなことがわかるんです？日常茶飯事なんですか？
山祭り言うてね、毎年お守りの格好をした身車様方が村中を練り歩く行事があってね、そこで狼様の人数が似たようなやり方で知らされるのよ。
That's much what Chimi had told me last loop. Down to the part where there were a maximum of 3 wolves.
なんで3人なのかしら。
親と子なんじゃと。
2 parents and a child. I myself had already imagined something like that, and it turned out I was on the mark. It didn't seem all that important though. After all, the wolves didn't have that manner of blood relationship last time.
とにかく私も信じがたいけどね、こうなったからには安水の者は狼様をくくらねばならん。
I have to lean back a little bit because my back is starting to hurt a little bit. I just let them speak, I guess.
それが安水の者が長者の皆々様によくしていただいている理由。
Ah,
あたしらの責務じゃからね。
they are so kind. Yasumizu couldn't click his tongue and Saranaga couldn't calm him down. Takumi-san furrowed his brow as expected. The village heads, kind to Yasumizu inhabitants, they expect the exact opposite was true, and many seemed to reject her words. However, she got the story across, and since no one pointed out any problems, it was probably completely right.
藤吉という村の存続は安水によるところが
So basically,
多い
people
のですから
that Kamifujiyoshi don't like send the people to Yasumizu to be like their people from for dirty work to deal with the wolves. I also came to understand those words. Yasumizu existed to be the first line of defense if the wolves returned. The people here weren't some venerable soldiers though. They were more like sacrifices. In the Shinai faith, Saranaga was the entrance to Yomi, so by letting someone live nearby, they could stop the resurrected wolves via the feast. In Wamaraki's story, this duty was something that Kamifujiyoshi family had rewarded in some way. This wasn't the time to focus on the minor inconsistencies though. There was something more important. I had to listen and see how accurate the rules she presented would be. Keeping my mouth shut, I waited until she'd gone over everything regarding the rules. Then I considered it all. We had those Among Us. The 3 wolves, a snake, 2 monkeys, a crow, and a spider, and a badger that everyone is ignoring for some reason. The snake could write down the name of still living person and place it by their pillow before the bed to find out what they were. The monkeys, upon receiving the guardians, would be informed about who the other monkey was. The crow would wake up to find out whatever the person lynched the day before was a wolf or a man, or a human. The spider could write down the name of a still living person and place it by their pillow before bed to protect them from the wolves. The powers of these guardians were given out with no regard for the... Oh my god, I got stuffy nose out of all of a sudden. The powers of these guardians were given out with no regard for the blood of the families they were supposedly protecting. The powers were to be used to discuss and enrich someone each day. There were 3 wolves. They would brutalize one of the humans every night. The wolves had to be purged before they killed all the humans. If you broke the rules, the god of the mountain would bring forth the corruption, a supernatural death upon you. So corruption is just like anything basically. Because one time corruption turned Uematsu-san into like a zombie. This time Hashimoto-san just got exploded and things like that. Once the explanation was over, the room was filled with sounds of discussion, but there was still something I had to confirm. I opened my mouth.
ちょっと待って。まだわからないことがある。
But Yasunaga-kun was faster.
狼様は必ず一晩に一人だけ血祭りにするんだっけ？
そうよ。
それはどうして？
神内様のお膝元じゃ。よもつ狼様も神内様の言う通りにせんといかん。
神内さんはどうしてそんな決まりを狼に与えたんだろう。
それは計り知れんね。
あともう一つ。雲の加護で一人を守ったら狼様は他の人を狙えるの？
Oh, that's a good question.
それはできんよ。雲の加護が狼を止めれば、その夜人の夢見は必ず守られるそうじゃ。
I see.
タエバーはなぜそんなことを知ってるの？
それはあたしが大昔にあたしのおばあさんに。
タエバーは読み意味の宴に参加したわけじゃないんだよね。
Straight to the point. His strong tone made everyone freeze.
おいヤス、一体何なんだよ。
霧が出るたびに宴があるなら、誰かは宴に出たことがあるってことだよね。
Yeah.
僕の覚えてる範囲じゃ、8年くらい前に一度霧が出てるはずで。
I don't think he's wolf again because he's asking questions he hadn't before. Although Haruaki wouldn't know.
兄ちゃん、やめてよ。
Haruchan raised her voice and attracted everyone's attention.
やめてよ。思い出したくない。
でも、ハルちゃん。
ヤス、わしが後で聞く。あん時には、せがれと嫁が死んどる。春に聞かせんでもええ。
おじいちゃん。
Oh, so that's how it was.
上の土砂崩れの現場見たか？あれ、
Yeah, we heard that before.
手入れたら崩れて、そのまんまになってる。
That's a question out of nowhere, but ever listened to the band Rammstein? I did, although I wouldn't be able to tell you any of their songs because it was a long time ago. But yeah, I know of them and I listened to some of the songs. Are you a big fan? It was all coming together. The landslide and Haruchan's parents' death both happened 8 years ago, when there was mist.
あたしは休みずにおらんかったよ。覚えとらんかいね。あんたらがお泊まり学校に行っとる手伝いで上藤吉におった。
Who was around then?
あたしは今回が初めてよ。あん時に宴があったのかもしらん。でもあたしのおばあさんは宴に出たことがあったんかもしれんね。
そう。
Yasunaga couldn't back down, but didn't seem all that convinced. I also had questions how the rules of the feast could be passed down so perfectly through nothing but word of mouth. After all, rejecting those rules meant death. What if there were gaps in what we'd just been told? Those who'd never heard of those rules or participated in the feast wouldn't have a clue. Oh my god. From what I knew, Tasan didn't mention 3 important rules just now. The wolves also couldn't kill more than 1 person. If the spiders successfully stopped the wolves, they couldn't choose any other sacrifices for the night. The gardens were written in blood and you couldn't show yours to anyone. The first 2 were pointed out by Yasunaga-kun, but the last one, the thing that I'd heard from Kanzo-san, wasn't mentioned yet. I wasn't too confident in this method of conveying the rules. If this was the way they'd been passed down over the course of the feast, long history, it seemed to me that vital information would have been left out like this, resulting in everyone dying through unintended rule breaking long ago. That would have been ended the tradition, and the fact that that hadn't happened meant there might have been other ways of conveying information. In particular, they hadn't mentioned anything about the way the gardens were given. Leaving out the part about how they revealed through blood text seemed particularly risky. After all, it was possible that you could slip in and someone could come in and see it without you realizing it, or you could roll around in a bad way and rub it out. Well, if they said it was some supernatural blood that didn't fade so easy, I'd have no idea what to make of that. There was also the possibility that you could walk around with the text on your stomach without realizing it was there. It took Kanzo-san pointing it out for me to go back and check it. I'd have liked to ask more about it, but that was the same as telling the wolves I had a guardian. What a predicament. But it didn't seem like I had any time to think about it. Okay, thank you Lailani for coming by, thank you, I appreciate it, bye bye, see you around.
もういいだろ。酒飲んでクソババアの話聞いて一人選んで殺せっつうのかよ。誰をどう選べっつんだよ。あ？
A reasonable question.
昔話が本当ならこの中の何人かがすでに死んでて入れ替わられて
Not exactly, as we found out.
そんな
あるわけねえだろ、そんなもん。
Takumi-san had no patience for such superstitions.
どうせこれも長者どものせいだ。霧の間に何人かぶっ殺して俺らを参らせようって魂胆だろ。
ムロ貴様、長者を何だと思ってるのかね。
時代遅れの頭腐った下道だと思ってる。否定できるか？あ？
でもどうやったらあんな殺し方ができるっていうのさ。
それは知らねえけどよ。
匠、なんだって関係ねえ。ほっときゃ狼はみんな殺す。狼は宴でくくる。他の手はねえ。
おやっさん。
Saying that at this point was pretty much an admission that he'd been in a feast before. However, his sternness made it hard for anyone to point that out. And having experienced a feast or two before was actually an advantage in this situation anyways. After all, everyone would want to benefit from his knowledge and experience.
カンちゃん、どうやってくくるもんを決めればいいのかね。
With deductions. Yamaki-san's question made everyone look at Kanzo-san's face. You could tell how much they trusted him.
おじいちゃん。
おい、兄ちゃん、久石雄太か。
Me?
なんでしょう。
死んでくれんか。
え？
My mind came to a halt for a moment and I couldn't find how to respond.
若えのにもう一杯ついでやれ。
牧島様。
ええから次へ。
Rikako-san argued no further and brought me the cup and the sake.
飲まれない方が。
大丈夫ですよ。いただきます。
I took the cup and she filled it up.
どういうことですかね。
I drank it all down, then looked over everyone's faces. They lowered their gazes or looked away, adults, children, the elders, even Chiemi. None beside Kanzo she looked into my eyes. I could see how it was.
皆が納得した一人。そうせねば狼が勝つ。一日たりとも無駄にはできん。じゃがまだ誰も怪しくはねえ。一人死ねばわかることがある。
Understood now. He wanted to start off by unmasking the crow. By death at the tree would be a chance for him to show themselves, since they'd know for certain whether I was a human or a wolf. Kanzo-san really did know how death is worked. He understood that victory depended on those with guardians. And since I was new here, I was easy to sacrifice. It preserved the group's unity and mental health. I could tell that they would tolerate me being the one to hang. However, I couldn't let that slide. My current objective was to survive and escape, not to mention I was the snake. My death would be really bad for the humans. However,
てめえは死にに来たんじゃろう。わしらのために死んでくれんか。
what a good scenario. If I said I didn't want to die anymore, they probably wouldn't suspect me, but wouldn't be good in the long run. If they saw me as pathetic, I'd lose popularity and my words would start to mean less. The settlement was in danger. Kanzo was trying to take control of the situation, and everyone was okay with it. If my words started meaning less to them, I'd be at a disadvantage, creating a situation where I, like the outsider I was, could be killed easily. My only option was to express that I was a person who shouldn't die, but be roundabout while doing it. However, that could make me look dangerous, and make it more likely for them to see me as a wolf.
もっと次へ。
しかし、
いただきましょう。
Oh, so another reason he was making me drink was to get me drunk, making me less resistant to being hanged. Well thought out. I couldn't get drunk from this though. What a predicament. He couldn't— what? You can't get drunk from this? Who are you, Haruaki? I'm fed up with him. He's so sus. He sometimes says something random like that, and I don't know what to make of it. But also, this makes me think if Kanzo is the wolf this time, because he kind of forcing Haruaki to either die or lose credibility if he begs for his life, or to reveal himself as Snake, which is— and he was already suspicious that he might be, you know, he might have a guardian from in the morning. So just doing that is really advantageous for a wolf. Either way, he's either dead, no one wants to listen to him, or he reveals himself. So I immediately think he's the wolf. Not necessary, but that's a possibility. Let me see something. Okay, let's continue. I had no choice but to man up.
待ちなさい。何を言う気？
Asaka Mamiya cut me off. This wasn't too bad, so I shut up and let her talk.
黙って聞いてれば何？みんなこれでいいの？だとすればこんな茶番付き合ってられない。
間宮さん。
あなたおかしいと思わなかった？あのタイミングでタイヤがパンクして次の日にこんな目に遭ってるのよ。まさかそんな前時代的なって思ったけど、これはよそ者を略取して殺そうって風習なんじゃないの？
それは違う。
Takumi-san's expression changed as he cut her off.
言いたいことはわかるが、本当に偶然だ。みんなあんたには同情してる。
でも今の不採取君への物言いじゃ次に水を向けられるのはきっと私でしょ。
そんなことはねえし、不採取をやるってのはおやっさんが言ってるだけだ。
匠。
おやっさん、そんなやり方じゃまずい。ちゃんと怪しいやつを話し合うべきだ。
全員怪しくねえ。だから全員怪しい。話し合いで何がわかる？
He's kinda right.
全員怪しい？俺もか？なんで？
関係ねえのよ。読み意味の宴には。
The old yet robust man stood up and spoke aloud.
化け物はこん中におる。この場じゃ平気な顔をして、夜になりゃ平然とわしらを殺す。それが読み意味の宴よ。人情じゃ勝てん。
は？化け物？じじいとうとうボケやがったか？あ？
義継お願い、やめて。
ババアは化け物なんて信じるのかよ。俺は信じねえぜ。姉ちゃんの車に釘巻いたやつのことも気になるしよ。
釘を巻いた？
最近大工仕事なんかなかっただろ。釘買う金もねえようなところだぜ。わざとに決まってんだろ。
長者のせいだって言うのか？
他に何があんだよ。あの連中が人死にが見てえからってよそ者を巻き込んだにちげえねえだろうが。
ああ、ありそうな話だな。
馬鹿げている。長者はそんなに暇ではない。
若えのは樋口が差し向けたな。
Now this was bad.
樋口からなんか聞いてねえか。
There is a horror game on Steam called The Letter. Also, I suggest the game Song of Momoris. But yeah, you just wanted to give more suggestions before I hop off here to sleep. Have a good day. Thank you for coming and thank you for the suggestion. I will try to remember them, but if I forget, just let me know again. And thank you for keeping me company thus far. I hope to see you again. Bye bye. Have a sweet dreams. Takumi-san, Yasumizu-kun, and even Mamiya-san stared at me. They now thought I could have been sent here by the village heads as an agent of theirs. That was a really good script. Especially since I actually was the one who burst those tires.
やめてください。さっきから黙って聞いてれば全部憶測じゃないですか。間違ってたらどうするの？山が全て許すとでも言うんですか？
許されようがなんじゃろうが、狼くくって安光を守る。まあ夫妻子のことは深くは聞かん。記者の女も悪いようにはしねえ。じゃが一人死なねば話が進まん。女子供をくくるのは夢見が悪かろう。わしはそれを頼んどるだけよ。
じゃあ私が代わりにくくられる。
Well, that was unexpected. Everyone stared at the stern-faced Chiemi.
私はこんな卑怯な方法でできたばかりの隣人を殺そうとしてるこの安水の空気が大嫌いだ。どうしても一人分の死が必要なんなら私でいいでしょ。迷惑いっぱいかけたお返しにご奉仕しちゃうよ。
知恵ねえ、何を言ってるんだよ。
やすくん、私ね、さっき一瞬思っちゃったんだ。それで肝臓じいちゃんが春明さんに水を向けた時、それはマシかもって一瞬でもそう思った。私の中の安水を許せないから。だからとりあえずで殺すなら私を殺してよ、肝臓じいちゃん。
ちえねえ、やめようよ。
そうだよ。身代わりがちえねえじゃなくたって、
He didn't respond. His face was a total blank. No. He actually seemed slightly vexed.
芹沢様のおっしゃる通りです。理由なき死をマロードに求めるなど、間宮様のように疑われても仕方ないと思わないのですか？
ならおめえが身代わりになれや、長者様よ。
わしはそれでも構わん。
何をバカなことを。夢見の守り手たる植松家の最後のお一人だぞ。それに対して何という。
てめえは黙ってろや、青病天。
確かに私は過誤もなく皆様の邪魔になっていることでしょう。ただこの子のことが心がかりで。
めえ。
ガキを出しにして命乞いか？
義継、お前ちょっと黙ってろ。
いい子ぶってんじゃねえぞ兄貴。 あいつらのせいでおふくろは。
植松さんは関係ない。これ以上母さんを困らせるな。
安永、安次。
I was at my limit. Though Kanzo-san's idea was reasonable, it was possible he was too being swayed by antagonism towards the village heads. If they moved based on that or just some sort of hatred, everyone would just become more emotional. People become wolves without any regard for bonds and relationships. I knew that well. That was why I couldn't let that feast take that turn and become heavily controlled by outside factors. There was also the fact that I wasn't about to just accept death. Then, could I let the volunteers die instead? No. I wasn't fond of that idea.
僕が猿です。
I might have underestimated the fist of the yummy perch. I couldn't control it at all. There was too many wheels clashing from too many people. Surprised by Yasunaga's con words, I fell silent and shot him a sidelong glance.
安永、あなた。
僕は猿の加護を受けました。一番嫌な加護だ。山は一体何をやらせたいんだろうね、母さん。
兄貴、それ本当なのかよ。
本当だよ、義継。勘三さん、僕も狼を排除することは絶対必要だと思う。けど宴の外の事情を使ってくくる相手を選んだら禍根を残すと思うんです。それよりまだ他にできることがある。僕は猿だ。そしてもう一人の猿に名乗り出てもらいたい。
待ちなさいな、ヤス君。カゴは大事にせんといかんのじゃないんかね。
いや、タイバ、猿に限っては明かさなきゃ意味ないんだよ。はるちゃん、ついてきてる？
ごめん、わかんない。
猿は2人いるけど特別な力はない。猿である。
Yeah, exactly.
だから狼にとって大きな脅威じゃない。
I think only one monkey should reveal itself and say, okay, I'm a monkey. If there is a second monkey that doesn't think I'm a monkey, you should just, tell them that I'm not a monkey. I don't know if this is coming across well, but basically, one monkey rebels itself. If another monkey doesn't let others know that they are lying, then they are true monkey, and we at least have one person, and the other one monkey is safe still. But revealing to monkeys probably has also is strategy is a valid option as well.
むしろ明かした方が容疑者を2人減らすことができて選びやすい。
そっか、ただの人間で安全。
さあ、名乗り出てください。
This was a trap. The monkeys knew who the other monkey was. He didn't have to ask them to name themselves. He could just point them out. He also emphasized that being a monkey meant you were no longer a suspect. Yeah, this was a trap. He wanted to set up trap for any wolves who didn't have a good grasp of the situation. If a wolf tried to pretend to be a monkey, Yasunaga-kun and the other monkey would point it out, leading to the faker being hanged. Even if it didn't work like he said, exposing the monkeys was a good way to get rid of two suspects. Everyone who knew how the monkeys work would understand this, but as things were, it wasn't unlikely that a wolf would fall for it. It was simply a creative idea with no risks involved. And now that he'd come out as a monkey, he was confirmed to be human. That made me more relieved than anyone else here. Yeah, he's smart. It's good to have him on your side. This meant that he, the one who had a flawless victory as a wolf last loop, wouldn't be an enemy this time. I really knew that the garden assignments were completely different than last time, but it was still a nice thought. However, that idea was quickly flipped around.
勝手な真似してんじゃねえ。
勝手ですって。
猿が名乗ればいいだ。今、ヤスの意見に納得できたやつおるか。
The only ones who raised their hands were Chikamochi Kamoshida, Kionosuke no Sato, Chiemi Serizawa, Hisaka Mamiya, and Haruaki Shima, who was kinda timid about it. Yasunaga-kun included, that was 6 people, a minority in the 15 here.
誰も分かってねえ時に勝手な真似して分かってねえ間にもっともらしいこと言って信じさそうとする。そいつは狼の手だ。
Everyone suddenly stared at Yasunaga-kun with pointed glares.
待てよやすさん、それじゃ安永が狼だって言うのか。
ヤスの言っとることは間違っちゃねえ。猿は語れんからな。ヤスは狼じゃねえ、猿だ。じゃが説明もなく動くな。他のもんはてめえほど分かりがよくねえ。
改めて説明しましょう。
うん。
Yasunaga-kun then borrowed Mochi's help to thoroughly demonstrate how 2 groups of monkey would work. They showed how easy it would be to find out that Mochi, who was playing that part of the wolf, was a faker.
とまあこういう感じで猿の真似してもすぐバレるからやんない方がいいよ。嘘つきはくくられちゃうよ。くえー。
なるほど、今度こそ分かったわ。
今のでもわからない人いますか？
This time no one raised their hands. It's a bit sad that we didn't trap anyone.
おじいさんとちっちゃい子はここから外せないんでしょうか。理解できてるとは思えないのだけど。
無理よ。
Kanzo-san shut her suggestion down, and since no one came to support her, she quickly gave up. Her worries were very reasonable. The fees, however, wasn't. Even if some people didn't understand their own roles, the rules had to die. There would be no future for the humans. That was the feast of the Yomi Porch. If they had guardians, their powers might be wasted, and if they were wolves, they had to be killed. I was pretty sure that people of Yasumizu at least were certain that was how it would go.
で、みんな理解してどうする？ヤス。
猿は名乗り出てください。
No one said anything, which meant that
どうやらもう一人の猿は根本的に何も分かっていないものらしい。
that was a neutral conclusion. However,
いいえ、違います。どうして名乗り出てくれないんですか、肝臓さん。
what?
おやっさん、猿の加護あったの？
うん。
そうか、そいつは安心だ。
カンちゃんが人じゃったか。
Okay, okay. So he's not a wolf. Unless those... No. I thought maybe those are two wolves collaborating the same story, but then the real monkeys would step in. They seemed genuinely relieved. You could tell by the sights and whispers. It was true that it was good he wasn't a wolf. If he was and continued to take charge of the feast like he was, he could have probably killed everyone, and even more easily than Yasunaga-kun.
なぜ名乗り出なかったんですか？
However, not everything about this was perfect. Yasunaga-kun had forced Kanzo-san to reveal his guardian against his will, which was probably his way of taking the lead. None of them knew how to use his guardian's power. The others didn't, revealing that made Yasunaga-kun seem more reliable. However, yeah, thought as well.
そんなバカな。
勝手に動くな。
Yasunaga-kun's first step went over the heads of most of the present, and Kanzo-san used that against him. He had the makings of a leader, and by scolding Yasunaga-kun for his hastiness, he made it clear what the chain of command was here. As a result, Kanzo-san's control of the situation was stronger than before, which I'm not sure if it's a good thing, because, you know, old guy had to reason sometimes. But it also meant that Yasunaga-kun's plan to help me was negated, leaving me in the same danger as before. I had to act now.
すみません。いい加減喋っていいですか？
I went and asked Kanzo-san. Talking out of turn here would just make me look like the bad guy.
僕はまだ死にたくありません。命が惜しいわけじゃない。死ぬよりまだ皆さんの役に立てると思うからです。 牧島さん、朝僕におっしゃいましたよね。加護は腹に出るって。この説明みんな知ってるんですかね。
Watch everyone's reaction. They just made a little bit of noise.
言うてなかったね。加護の印は体に出るって言われてるのよ。安水のもんなら今日の朝に体を見たとは思うがね。もし印をもらったらそれは人に見せたらいかん。
隠し持たなきゃいけないんですか。
いいや、消してしもうていいのよ。
なるほど。外部者である久子さんや芽子ちゃんには伝わってない可能性があるわけですね。
I wonder if Hashimoto-san, who died already, could have been a guardian. I don't know when the marks. I mean, they appear in the night, but before or after the killing?
メイコには言って聞かせてありますので。
OK です。じゃあ間宮さんは。
見てないわ。何なのそれ。
つまり間宮さんは自分で気づいていない加護者である可能性がある。ちなみに宴は一旦中断できませんか。
くくるもんを決めるまでは出られん。
なるほど。では間宮さんは明日の宴までに確認をする。それまではおそらくくくるべきではない。そうなりますか。
うん。
そして僕がカゴ持ちであればやはりくくれないが、そうでなければくくろう。そう思って朝僕に聞きましたね。
腹。
は？
使いの加護は腹に出る。
そしてどうやら僕に加護がなさそうなことを確信し、くくることを持ちかけた。そうですね。
Surprisingly, Kanzo-san grinned.
ようしたと頭が回るな、兄ちゃん。
肝臓じいちゃんひどすぎない？
ちえみちゃん、まあいいよ。立場上そうなるのが自然なのは理解した。僕は人の一員として生き残るために嘘をつこうとは思いませんが、あと一日猶予が欲しい。その一日を使って人を勝利させるためできることを考え、情報を用意したい。そして明日情報を皆さんに伝える。それでダメなら僕をくくってくれて結構です。
I didn't mention that I had a guardian, or whatever the info I would present was based around guardian powers or simple strategy. I was weasel wording like mad. I like the phrasing, I was weasel wording like mad. However, it was important to express some sort of self-sacrificial spirit in this situation.
春秋さん。
The effect was the same as when Chiemi did it. Not everyone here agreed that someone should die for the others, but this was a situation where everyone's lives were in danger, and here I was, showing acceptance of my position. Everyone here could tell it wasn't something a wolf would do. The wolves were more likely to hate amongst the silent ones, not the ones who told the others to kill them.
皆さんがそれに同意するならば、くくるものは猿である僕と肝臓さん、久石さん、それに間宮さんを除いた11人から選ぶことになります。
No one objected.
なら、そうせ。
I was in for a hell of a time on tomorrow's twist. However, the day I'd bought should have been enough to open up a path for me. Why? Hello! What's up with the Brotherhood today? Everyone comes at a different time. Painter already went to sleep. Articles already went to sleep. And now you appear. But welcome. It's good to see you.
じゃあ誰にすんだよ。長者でいいじゃねえか、もう。
義継、お前ちょっと黙ってろ。
匠兄だってよ、気に入らねえだろうがよ。
You were on a trip where, if I may know?
気に入らねえでくくってたら長者と同じだっつってんだ、バカ野郎。
Yasumizu can complain a bit, but then fell silent. He probably understood his point.
提案があるのだがね。
なんじゃ、野里の。
このままでは 拉致が開きますまい。多数決によって一人選ぶしかないのではありませんかな、牧島のご老人。
ああ、冗談じゃねえ。そんないい加減な方法で選べるか。
Trabzon? Where is that?
いい加減ではない。結局のところ多数決でなくこれだけの人間の意見をまとめる方法があるのかね。
ちゃんと話し合って全員一致で決めるべきだろうが。
匠兄ちゃん、気持ちはわかるけど。
でもそんな多数決で簡単に人を殺してしまうなんて。
兄ちゃんどう思うの？
僕も野里さんに賛成です。
ヤス君もかよ。
それで
Everyone was stunned that they'd accepted Kyonosuke-shi's proposal.
上松の覚悟ある。
あります。確か。
But eventually everyone agreed to it. They must have understood that this was how it had to go. There was place for storage deeper inside the hall. That was probably where the sack and cup were kept. The inkstone case they kept there had fresh paper inside, and by Kanzo's-san command, Rikako-san began writing down what she had to.
久石君、
何でしょ
お酒や文具が準備してあるということは、こうなることが何者かによって想定されていたってことよね。
うですね。藩士だって何十年も前の古いものとは思えませんし、水だって。
I mean, they could have brought it here before the feast began. They had time in the morning.
だったらやっぱりこれは人間が仕組んだ茶番ってことじゃないの
Sumela Monastery. How was it?
この建物は神内権現の社です。年に2度の山祭りの時に上富士吉の4家から奉納を受けます。たくさんのおみきに書き物道具に
Of course, they already prepared tool for us.
草刈り鎌。
Very high. Oh, that sounds cool.
大昔から変わらぬ品目と聞いております。
つまりこれは今回だけのために用意されたものじゃないけれど。
Did you fall?
長者4家はこれが実際に使われるということは知っていたということになるわね。
私は知らんぞ。
私も樋口に嫁入りして1年近くはいたけれど、そんな話は。実はそういう事情があってね。
そうだったんですね。
まあ僕も一瞬そういう感じだったけど聞いたことないな。
お前には伝えんだろう、たとえ秘密があったところで。
Food. Was the food good?
おっちゃんに言われたくないな。
結構複雑なんだな。
私も奉納の品を本当に使うことがあるとは存じ上げませんでした。身車だけが知る何かがあるのかもしれません。あるいは
Delish. Good, good. What did you eat exactly? Hello, mouse. Welcome, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well.
嘘ばっか言ってんじゃねえぞ。てめえ上松で一番偉いんだろうがよ。
よしお、各邪魔をすな。
あんたじじいやんのか。
よし、散った頭。
匠にもかよ、腰抜け。
Chicken shit. What about me? I'm doing fine, I'm doing fine. Earlier on the stream I had some worry that my migraine is starting, but it passed. Overall, a slow day. By the way, if you want to understand the story, There's a recap below. I have to Google the food that Y is presenting me. How does it look like? Nah, it just... Okay. We just call it kotlety mielona in Poland. And English, I guess, minced cutlets. I don't know. Okay.
おやっさん、しかしヨシの気持ちもわかるぜ。間宮の言う通り、長者の誰かは俺らがこうなることを知りながら効能とか言って善人面してたわけだ。
What about me? What did I eat, you mean?
上松、本当に何も知らねえのか。いっそ言った方が俺らも納得できんぞ。
I guess I'm getting used to streaming again. I didn't stream this much and that, you know, I didn't do that much this week, so kinda hard to tell yet. Sorry, but for this I will talk with you again, but for this moment I want to focus on this scene because it's important. I will get back to you because I want to continue, but let's go back to it now.
私はただ予感がしただけです。神様のよみがえりが近いと。
Sudden loud noises. They were caused by Chiemi and Haruchan.
嘘だ。だって、いや、でも。
Oh, Haruchan also says God.
神様は。
What's wrong with her? What? The sudden burst of happiness was too much for me to keep up with. Harumaki Shema suddenly started laughing out loud. Kanzoshi's face paled right before he ran over to her. Everyone else just stared at them, dumbfounded.
ハルね、まさかまた。
治ったはずじゃ。
はるちゃん、しっかり。
どかんか近持ち。くそ、野里のなんかわからんのか。
だから昔も言ったはずですがね、精神疾患の類はこんな場所では太夫を望むべきではない。
私が。
孫に触るな。
Interesting. He is very protective of her, but when he died in the previous route, she was kind of, I don't know, pissed at him? Or, I don't know, looked at him pissed when at his dead body. Or disgusted. Menacing and pushing everyone away, Kanzo-san embraced Haru-chan tight.
落ち着け、落ち着け。わしはここにおる。
I had no idea what was happening. God was sort of like a key word. No idea why, but last time it's been a profound effect on Chiemi. Is work on Haru too?
何を聞いた？
It actually happened before. Was it different from the Okami-sama no Shinnai-sama? Okami Wolf. Come to think of it, in addition to Wolf, Okami could also mean Great God. Was that significant? Right, that's also true. No.
狼が来る。じじい、今はやめろ。
匠さん、乱暴はやめて。
ナムシ内大権現、ナムシ内大権現。
And things were getting out of hand. Still, Haru-chan eventually calmed down and, albeit still delirious, began talking normally.
私。何？貧血？倒れた？
おとなしゅうしとけ。
おじいちゃん。
By the way, Chiemi too had long since recovered, and she was now acting like nothing had happened. Why were they so ready to accept the feast itself when they freaked out like a normal people over their own family and fellow villagers acting so weird? I could understand being scared of monsters. And curses too, for that matter. But they also had that insanity to hang their own mothers and accept being hanged by others, by the ones they loved. It was something straight out of hell. Just how many times would I have to see this kind of thing before I understood it all?
書き終えております。
もう少ししたら再開する。
The climax was drawing near. Rikako-san had written a list of all the people participating in the feast of the Ryomi Parch. The penmanship was nice and the order was proper. It felt kinda like a petition or something.
上座の門から順に票を取る。植松のは誰が誰に入れたか記せ。千恵美、安永、植松のがちゃんと書くか見張れ。
わかった。
わかりました。
間宮様と夫妻子様は投票しない方針なのですね。
Oof! Who saved our skin?
わしはそうするが、他の門は思うようにせ。
まあそうでしょうな。先ほどの彼らの主張をどう思うか各々が判断し、同意するなら票を投じる。民主主義のあるべき姿だ。
おっちゃん、はるちゃんのじっちゃんの金魚の糞になったのか。
私は正しいと思うことをするまでだ。さあ始めていただこうか。
今から殺す人を選ぶのにどんなテンションなんだか。
狼様はくくらねばならんわよ。
おかしいわ。こんなのれっきとした犯罪よ。
Risako-san was very normal. I liked it. However, I didn't think it helped her survive for so long.
誰にする？
It's funny that Hisako-san could be a wolf and she doesn't know because she didn't check her stomach. I had no idea if he understood the situation, but he did point at someone. Specifically, me.
わりゃ、狼か。
You old bastard.
リカコさん、彼に一票を。
はい。
やっぱりおかしいわよ。こんないい加減な決定権を全員が持ってるなんて。
わからんなら黙っとけ。
何よ、じゃあ説明してくださいよ。
間宮さん、僕らは全員1票を持たなきゃならないんです。なぜなら票の剥奪権が存在すれば狼に悪用されかねないから。何らかの理由をつけて投票権を奪えるならいくらでも暗躍の余地が出るし、そもそも多分あなたに不利に働きます。
よそ者に投票権を持たせたくないって考えの人いっぱいいるだろうしね。
Chemi grumbled while some others have disgruntled frowns.
あなたには申し訳ない話ですが、僕らは安水を異変から守るために命を懸けることを避けられない。あなたは生き残りたいでしょうが、それは狼の態度でもある。人ならばくくられることを拒んではならないんですよ。もしあなたが加護者じゃないならね。
これ終わったらすぐに見るわよ。
結構。ではお次。
わしはてめえに入れる。植松の。
So that was his choice, huh?
理由を伺ってもよろしいでしょうか。
特にね。
特に不思議はないでしょう。肝臓さんは現時点ではみんな等しく怪しいと思っていて、一人の犠牲が欲しいだけだ。夫妻子さんと間宮さんをくくらないなら、安水の者にとって一番くくりやすいのが植松さんかあなたですよ、野里さん。
どいつもこいつも。
Those feasts really last for a long time. Like, it started like an hour ago.
わかりました。票はお受けします。
やれやれ。次ばあちゃんだぜ。
あたしはようわからんが、カンちゃんがあの子らに入れんのならそれに従おうかね。それでカンちゃんとヤスくんも狼様じゃないんだわよね。
She's smart and then she tries to act right now. We know that from the previous route.
そう信じるのは妥当でしょうな。
じゃあ、あたしはヨシくんに入れようかね。
は？なんでだよクソババ。
やれやれだぜ。
そうやって乱暴にしてお母さんの言うことも聞かんと汚れを呼び込んだんじゃないんかね。
そんな理由かよ。わかったぜ。てめえが狼だな。気に入らねえもんただ殺したいだけの狼野郎。
さて次は俺か。メイコに入れる。
村様。
この時期にこうやってやってきて身元もわからねえっつうのはやっぱり怪しいぜ。
でもこんなちっちゃな子を。
わかってるが、じゃあどうすんだ。もし本当にこいつが狼なら。
Seemed like he had a point at first glance, but
言っておくが、化け物を認めるわけじゃねえ。ただそういうルールに従わないと死ぬ状況はマジかもしれん。心配するな。くくるときには俺だけでやる。以上。次、香織さんだ。
安永、危険はできないのかしら。
母さん、それは良くない。人はこの場しか狼に対抗する手段を持たないんだ。わざわざ危険しようとする人は狼に組みするものと見られても仕方がない。
じゃあ、あなたは誰にするつもり？
事前に宣言してもいいものですか？
好きにせえ。
僕は野里さんに入れるつもりです。
なんだって？
なんだって？
まだ誰も怪しくはないという点には勘蔵さんに同意します。そして長者が何かしら知っているという点においては清之助さん、あなたは疑うに値する。同様のことが植松さんにも言えますが、彼女は3年前から休みずに住んでいて、あなたはついこの前に戻ってきた。今回のことを知っているかもしれないと疑う理由はなくはない。その程度です。こだわりはしません。
なるほど。安水の上藤吉への恨みは核も骨髄に達しているというわけだな。私も認識を改める必要がありそう。
I think that Nosato is screwed this time around.
それなら私も野里さんに。
Yeah, and the brother will vote too, so 3 votes for them. Yeah, the music is pretty good.
そうなるでしょうな、流れ的には。まああなたの家族については分かろうというものですがね。私をくくっても一日無駄にするだけだ。そこは皆様重々ご留意を。私の番か。私は新入りの彼に1票入れるとしよう。
Seriously?
おっちゃん、じいちゃんの金魚の糞やめたのか。
誰もそんなもの最初からやってないがね。私は彼の言動が嘘をつかなくて済む方法で生き残ろうとしているのだと見た。10割の自信があるわけではないが、それでもこの場で唯一怪しいと言えるのは生き残りたい理由説明が弱かった彼だ。
誰だって生き残りたいでしょうが。
まだ来られて1日の春秋様にそこまでお求めになるのは酷というものでは。
何とでも言えばよろしい。私からは以上だ。
Unfortunately for me, he did have a point.
僕はもう言った。次、モッチー。
おっちゃんに1票。
貴様もか近持ち。
Jesus, oh okay, he's dead. He will get 4 votes, if not 5.
だってこっから先はりっちゃんかおっちゃんに票が入りそうなんだよね。 りっちゃん女の子だし、そしたらおっちゃん頑張れよって思ってさ。
近持様、
リカ子さんを守ることに依存はないが、それとこれとは別の話ではないかね。
じゃ、おっちゃんに入れそうな筆頭、ヨッシーの番。
植松に1票。
あら？
俺はそこのバカ病態よりこっちの女の方が愛しいと思うからこっちに入れる。
Alright.
まあ本当はどっかのクソババアに入れてえところだけどよ、確実に一人やるのが大事だろ今よ。次、知恵ねえもそうしろよ。
私、よし君に投票する。
Oh, he has to vote. Maybe we won't be that simple because the Nosato-san has 3. Now he will have 2.
はあ？待てよ、なんでそんな。はあ？
よし君、もし君が狼じゃないなら、そうやってあんまり目上の人たちばかり目の敵にしない方がいい。狼が上藤吉の人やお年寄りばっかだって保証はないんだよ。君じゃないって保証もね。野里さんの言ってることには9割反対だけど、これだけは賛成する。君じゃなくてほしいけど、私の1票は君に冷静になってもらうために使うね。
そんなんありかよ。
義継、どうかおとなしくして。皆様もどうかどうか。
大丈夫だって。よし君はそうそう死なないよ。次、はるちゃん。
そこのなんとかさんに。
She pointed at me. Figured as much.
まあ仕方ないね。怪しく見えるのは。
春明様、
リカ子さんの番だよ。
私は
Ooh. So we have 3 votes for Nosato, 2 votes for Yoshi, 2 votes for Uematsu, and 2 votes for us. So it's still anyone's game. What?
おやさん、ありか。
禁じられてはおるまい。台場。
聞いたこともありませんがね。まあ禁じちゃないかね。ええ。
リカ子さん、私があんなこと言ったからってそんな無理しなくてもいいってば。
いえ、私はさっきの芹沢様の素晴らしい自己犠牲の精神に心を打たれ。
No, sorry. That's now 3 votes for her.
私のこの場の役目が皆様の憎しみを引き取るということなのかもしれないと。投票先に迷ったらどうか
Okay.
私にお入れください。
It's actually possible she's going to die.
幼すぎるこの子には入れないでやってください。
What was I supposed to do with this?
どなたか一人くくられるべき人を選んで。
お姉ちゃん、
てめえが。
Okay, he also has 3 votes.
お姉ちゃんに意地悪しちゃダメ。
ダメ!
春明さんだよ。
Kianosuke, Yoshitsugu, Kon, Rikako-san and all had 3 votes each, while Meiko had just 1.
最大得票者が複数人いたら決選投票ですか？
Wait. Ah, we have also 3 votes? Forgot who gave us that. Ah, old man? She and who else? Ah, and his. Okay.
うん。それらを除いた他のもんで投票する。
Well. The suspects who'd go up to the next round would lose their right to vote. That was something. But if that was how it worked then.
その決選投票で票が完全に割れてしまったら？
それが皆の意なら誰もくくられん。
Well, that was interesting. They'd go for a final vote by limiting the suspect and giving the voting right only to the rest. And if there was ever several in the limited group who received majority votes too, they could vote again. But if there was completely imperfect speed among them all. Then they couldn't cut the numbers down again. Nun returned back to square one, making it impossible to continue the voting. This was actually quite a delicate situation. The ones in the lead were Kionosuke Yoshitsugu-kun, Rikako-san and me, with Meiko behind us with just one vote. Normally thinking I could vote for one of the other three to make sure I survived. Then even if Mamiya-san picked me, I wouldn't die right away. There'd only be a final vote, which was dangerous in its own right. However, I didn't feel like voting for Yoshitsugu-kun. His votes were mostly just punishment for being a brat, so actually killing him would shock everyone present. There was also Kaori-san, who would most likely make a mess of the whole feast again later on. Right, I wanted to avoid that. Then was to vote for Kionosuke Shiori Rikako-san? Was I to vote for them? The former seemed like the better choice. He'd voted for me, and he'd probably prefer to die rather than see Rikako-san hanged. However, he really didn't feel like a wolf to me. Could I really kill him off just because the village heads like him were to resent her?
間宮さん、どうするつもりですか？
聞いてどうするつもり？
正直、この状況で誰かを選ぶということ自体がリスクじゃないかと思って意見を聞きたいだけです。
私は殺人を防ぐわ。可能ならね。
Did she also say it? Did she notice the unlikely but possible way of preventing everyone's lynching?
それは狼を利する行為ですよ。
そんなの知ったことじゃない。ここは日本よ。法治国家よ。あなた方がこうやって犯罪行為を容認するつもりなら、私は自分の良識に従ってそれを止めるわよ。
Her words were just too reasonable.
ぶっちゃけ皆さんの中でも少なくない人がこの展開を狙って投票をしてると思うんですよ。でないとこんなに作為的に平らに票がばらけるはずないんじゃないかと。
Yeah. Oh man, this scene is going so long. My back is hurting.
その状態で人死にを出すことは場の相違に果たして沿ってるのでしょうか。ええ、まあ答えはもらえないですよね。分かってました。
I had to think this through. In most situations, hanging someone was the only way to make progress. However, I still had another option, the snake's power. If I didn't use it at least once, there'd be no point in me having it. First and foremost, I had to make it through this day. However, this was a situation without any clear enemies. If we picked someone arbitrarily, wouldn't it be bad for us in the long run? I couldn't help questioning that course of action. Well, there was no point in lying to myself. Honestly, I just really wanted to exploit this loophole in these rules.
メイコではなく私を。
Rikako-san went and emphasized that. She really didn't have to worry though. Meiko wouldn't die no matter what happened. Even if the remaining 2 votes went to her, she'd just become another option in the final vote. And the candidates would either be me or one of the village heads. Rikako-san would become a good dumping ground for votes. After all, she voted for herself, and suggested that others do the same. She was by far the most closest one to death. Okay, thank you. Time for some stretches and fix of posture, everyone. Since where she was... Oh, wait.
Yes.
Thank you. She was by far the closest one to death. What she did was pretty much suicide. Did she have suicidal tendencies or something? She did seem a bit dim in certain ways, but not completely simple and idiotic. Huh?
悩むならば、メイコではなく私を。
Why the emphasis on why then? Oh, yeah, I guess I couldn't kill Rikako-san or Meiko after all. That left me with only one answer.
僕はメイコに投票します。
Hmm? If you are hesitant, vote for me, not for Meiko. Why emphasis and why then? Why does he mean? Anyone has any ideas here? Why did he make him decide to vote for Meiko after all? But Mamiya-san voted for her too, meaning we had 5 people with 3 votes on them. We would then start a final vote centered around them. There were 15 people here. According to the rules, Kanzo-san described the 5 candidates who would lose their votes, so only 10 would get to vote. That made for a very special situation. It was the key to creating a very unlikely situation where no one died. By the time my turn came, there were 4 people with 3 votes. If Mamiya-san gave the votes off to someone else, the final vote would only have 4 options and 11 voters. Oh my god, my brain. What? There was no way to divide them equally. Someone would have more votes, and we'd certainly have a hanging on our hands. It'd be fine if the split turned out to be something like 2, 3, 3, 3, 3. I understand now. So even if the final round, there is not enough people, there would be no equal amount of people on both sides. Even at the end there was 2 candidates, because there are 15 people. Minus 2 candidates, so 13 votes would have to be split between 2 people, so it's impossible in this scenario. But if it was something like 1, 3, 4, 4, and those who got 4 would be voted on again, you'd either have 13 or 11 voters, an odd number regardless. However, there were 5 suspects and 10 voters now. If the votes were split evenly at 2-2-2-2, the voting would be cancelled and no one would be lynched today. Mamiya-san had realized this too. That was why she hadn't hesitated to vote for Meiko. That left us with another problem though. After all, the sacrifice was as good as decided. Wait, after all, I don't understand. Someone please help me. Okay. There were 5 suspects and 10 voters now. If the votes were split evenly at 2-2-2, the voting would be cancelled and no one would be lynched today. Yeah, okay, I understand. They can still do it if everyone has 2 votes per head, per person, but they will probably vote for Uematsu. Crap, Kanzo-san was going for it.
それでも待って、ちゃんと票を取り直して。
Chimiraz enacted on it.
そうだ、当然だ。でないと私が。リカコさん、結果を見せていただけませんか。
はい、もちろん。
Exactly, he realized it too, and looking at the results just confirmed it. Voter, previous vote. Old wolf guy, Haruaki, okay. Yeah. We know all that. Exactly, as things were, I, Yoshitsugu-kun, and Meiko would have 2 votes. Rikaka-san would have won, and Kirinosuke should come out on top with 3 votes. Of course, there wouldn't be any problems if the results changed, but... Yeah. Because people accused can't vote anymore, and if those people that voted previously voted again as the same people, yeah, that would come to that, you know, Masato would be with 3.
当然でしょ。肝臓じいちゃん、何のために決選投票をするの？
てめえ、数に合わせて変えるような気で最初の票入れやがったか。
Jamie fell silent. She had no rebuttal. The purpose of the final vote was to cut off the minority. Those who had the votes and let the majority votes to the attacking. That was why it was impossible to select anyone when the votes were split perfectly and there were no minorities or majorities. It's hard, goddammit. I'm having trouble understanding exactly, keeping track of everything. Okay. However, here in Yasumizu, where the suspect lost the right to vote, things were a bit different. By simply removing the right to vote, you already had a difference in votes, so it wasn't necessary to vote again, as the minority that should have done that didn't exist. The 10 who could still vote could vote for the same people, so why wouldn't they? Yeah, I understand. Those words rank powerful in the ears of Yasumizu inhabitants. Wait. They had to put their lives on the line for the human sake. The insulated society considered that the right thing to do, and voting against was a sin. Who would insist on committing that sin? Wait. Goddammit, I wanted to finish that scene before going on a break or ending the stream to go with my dogs, but I already pushed it by an hour. So, quick break, I will go with my dogs and we'll be back to finish the scene. Give me a moment.
まあそうだな。こんなんめったにないだろうしな。面白いもんな。よし、りっちゃんに変えるぞ。
近持ち。
やめろおやっさん。知ってるだろ。近持ちはこういうやつだ。
それで狼を利するなら人の裏切りもんよ。
それもわかる。わかるがよ。わかるだろおやっさんも。なあ。すまねえ。しかし、俺たちの誰も、おやっさんほど覚悟ができてねえんだ。
Oh my fucking god, at least the game wasn't muted. Again, I wasn't muted, I unmuted myself, but the slider on my mic went all the way down. So thankfully the game wasn't muted, I didn't say that much, but basically I said, okay. When I come back, I said, I'm back. And I said that let's get this thing ending because it does drag a little bit. As in, I feel like the perfect pacing would be 20% faster in this game. It sometimes goes a little bit too slowly for my taste. But it's still good, very good writing, but I would appreciate a little bit faster. Also, the name of this old man is Kanzo, and I don't know why I haven't realized it sooner. But I just now realized my name, the name of my dog is named Kenzo. So it's only one letter difference, but for some reason I never make the connection.
あたしは過去じゃがカンちゃん仕方がないわよ。みんなで決めた方法でくくるもんを決めるのが掟だからね。
わかっとる。後悔しても知らんぞ、てめえら。
Feeling slightly guilty, everyone silently listened to Kanzo's sad words of condemnation. Okay, we were a few lines of dialogue away from the ending before the break. The first day phase had ended, and I actually contributed to the group not killing anyone, something I was completely against last time. Kanzo-san left the hall in deafening silence. No one. We haven't voted out anyone. We made a 5-way draw. Intentionally. After he was gone, everyone else slowly stood up and left. They all wore varied expressions of relief.
久石さん、後で話があります。
わかった。
Hearing that as I left was actually kinda scary.
春秋さん、ちょっと。
Huh?
春秋様。後で。
This guy is really popular. Whoa.
ちょっと面がいいからって調子乗ってんじゃねえぞイカレ野郎。
今のそういうのなのか？
じゃあ僕とも話そうシッコマン。
Everyone wants to talk with us. We're popular.
定着する前に言っておくけど、その呼び名はやめてくれ。
俺とも
When he came. Not a good joke.
それでまたいたずらする気でしょ
何よこの流れ。
あんまこそこそ話は感心できねえな。
Don't to interrupt the weird event was Takumi-san.
いくら霧に巻かれてもこんな狭いところだ。小声であっても必ず誰かが聞いてるし、中身は半日で広まる。バレたらまずい話はしねえ方がいいぞ。
ご忠告感謝します。
That was true. Even if someone did share a secret with another person, there was no guarantee it'd be kept. Plus, keeping secrets would sow distrust, and meetings with the opposite gender could also spark jealousy. I didn't want anyone to spend the next feast talking about how as a wolf having secrets meeting or something. By the way, why? I mean talking? What do you mean? You missed it, but it seems like Uematsu, the priestess, is also in love with us because she's acting cute around us. So just so you know. What do you mean? I mean talking? Yes. What? Mm-mm-mm. Uh, since this is a good moment, a brief conversation with you. Why? Ah, yeah, we're losing everyone. Mm. You asked about me getting used to streaming before, and I said that, yeah, a little bit, but you know, I get used to streaming when I really just start doing bigger things because just streaming big games isn't really it. So next week I will probably do a lot more bigger streams, like bigger as in something more than just playing a game or reading a story. Something probably more related with our what we're world building because, for example, I started outlining a short story I want to write about the city that we uh, created last time. I can't promise I will finish it, but I just something I'm working on, and I'm thinking if I should do something similar on stream, create story with you guys. Mm, yeah. We have that D&D stream I have to make as well. There's a lot of okay. For the last 2 days, I'm in pain, emotional pain, because and it's something that also constantly pains me. Something there, somewhere there. It's always somewhere in the back of my mind, but I just thought about it more. How do I do everything that I want to do? From entertainment's perspective, just consuming, I have YouTube to watch. Some of those videos are very long, long videos. And I have anime, I have TV series, I have games to play, I have read books to read, manga, webtoons, things like that. And that alone is not enough time for those, for just entertainment. It's not enough time in the day to consume everything I want to consume. Add to that I want to create also those things. I want to stream, I want to write, I want to game, I want to, you know, I want to make something, you know, maybe make a manga or something in the future. You know, to the and there's not enough time in the day for all of that. And then add to it that I have also, you know, I have to eat, I have to shit, I have to meet with friends and family, and uh, and on top of all of it, I also have to make money to live. So I'm just kinda depressed that I cannot do everything I want to do. Hello, Wooks. It's been a while, indeed. I've been good. I've been on vacation and I recently came back, so I'm still a bit adjustment period after my coming back. But next week probably should be a bit more eventful when it comes to streams. Planning hour or by hour is really not something I can do. I would suffocate. Maybe stream while watching something. What the fuck? What's the point of that? That would be horrible. Horrible experience for you and for me. Not only I would not be able to focus on what I'm watching, uh, my commentary would just suffer massively. I would not be able to talk with you. And what I would be doing while I stream. I want to do reaction content that's just lazy. Not at least, you know, I could sometimes do it with like YouTube videos or something. But and you know, once in a blue moon I could do it, but once in a blue moon, but I can't make it a content often. You know, I don't really look for solution because there is no solution to fit everything I want to do in my day. And because there is no solution, it brings me constant pain, emotional pain, mental pain. It's not big pain, but it's always there somewhere. Planning is not the option. There is no way I can plan that. Because there is just not enough time in the day to do all of that, or a week, or months. There is just not enough time. And even with the exact planning to do the most I can do, hour by hour, I would also suffer mentally because that would be just exhausting living hour on hour by the plan I made. So, and planning ahead that much it also just takes a lot of time and just not possible to do it and stay sane. Looks, you came at a weird time where I'm just sharing my pain of being alive, I guess. I mean, it's a good problem to have, I guess. A lot of hobbies and a lot of things you want to do. Do you guys have this problem at all of having too many things you want to watch or read or do? From I don't think I don't know. Most people don't seem like they have it. From those I do, like they have it to a certain extent, but mm, well, I just said it, but maybe I don't. Maybe actually maybe it came at the point when I actually stopped saying it. But like I said, I want to so from just consuming of entertainment, you know, I have anime, games, YouTube videos, documentaries, TV shows, books, manga, webtoons, whatever, comics. and there's not enough in time in the day for that, and also it's not enough in the time in the day to create everything I want to create, because I want to create like, you know, streaming videos, like stories, world building, um, maybe some manga or art I want to draw. Like there's not enough time in the day for that. Uh, there's no, and add to add just living my life with friends, maybe sometimes traveling. No, it just kind of pisses me off that there's not enough time. That was just a random rant, but it came into my mind, so I started talking. And by the way, I made a funny song with AI, but it's so stupid. I would show it to you, but I don't know when is the good time. So probably on the next art stream, when we are more casual. Stop sleeping, Yaku. You want to be an animator? Nothing to show it for it. Yeah, nothing to show for my streaming too. I mean, there is a little bit of success here and there, but yeah, my streams grow very slowly. You can you can do everything you want, but what do you want to do? Because maybe you have less things you want to do, you know. You know, I just have this ADHD brain, where I just want to do everything at once. Well, that's not that many things to do, you know. It's still a lot, but not that much. Okay, and play. YouTube and play. It's still manageable level. Oh, that's very nice of you to say, Wooks. I appreciate it. I will try my best to make those stream nicer. As nice as possible. As a streamer, I'm not going to lie, I'm very confused very often about what makes people watch other stream, because I'm going to sound a little bit mean, but I saw streamers that just sit there, like barely saying anything, and when they do say it, they say it pretty quietly, and with barely any merit, like anything interesting. They don't say anything interesting, like just playing a game, and they're like, okay, I will do this, I will do this, and you know, and now I will do this, and they sit there like that for hours, and somehow they have a lot more viewers than me. And they started streaming later than me, and they don't stream that often too. They just stream a few times a week at random times. And those streamers for some reason have more viewers than me, and I'm just very confused as a content creator that want to polish my streams in every way I can. I put so much effort sometimes. I could put a lot more effort. I'm kinda lazy. I often slack off and procrastinate. but I still try to improve it. Even the way I speak, I try to make it clearer. I try to improve my English and my accent. And I still have less viewers. And I don't understand. Like, I'm not angry at those people that are more popular than me. I'm just very confused. Well, we're getting on a lot of runs right now. They know something about the algorithm. I don't talk about YouTube streamers here. I'm talking about Twitch streamers that don't promote themselves at all. Because I researched it, right? I find a stream randomly, I go check it out, and as I said, nothing interesting is going on. They barely speak, they just play a game. They don't promote their streams anywhere, and on Twitch you don't get recommended small streamers. So it just basically, how do they get those views? Yeah, you made a few videos. But if it was why, if it was YouTube, I would understand that. But I'm talking more about Twitch right now, where there is no algorithm like you're thinking of. To grow on Twitch, you have to promote your stream outside. Because if you just start streaming, it won't get recommended to people. But I saw streamers that have more viewers than me stream at random times, sometimes like once a time a week, don't do anything interesting, and have more viewers. And that is what confuses me the most. I don't understand. I guess lucky. I don't know. Not sure if I believe in luck, but I'm just ranting right now. Just sharing my thoughts of a content creator. I don't agree with this. Why? Because opposites also happened. When I see like good creators, you know, growing at a rate I would expect. So I don't know. There's some random factor that I cannot place. Something mysterious, that some kind of mysterious quality to streamers that wants people want to watch them. And I think I lack it. I lack this broad appeal. And if you have that random appeal, that random quality, even if you don't do anything interesting, you still get viewers. I don't know. Yeah, I understand that you can have, you can capitalize on a trend. I could have tried, for example, capitalize more on my success of streams of Black Souls. They pulled pretty good numbers, but I kind of didn't want to capitalize on this because if I played only weird, disturbing games with hentai, that would build a weird audience. So I had to like, okay. I do that sometimes, but I don't want to do it all the time. So I had to step back. Actually, I would say that drawing streams are popular. Because at least on Twitch, my art streams were the most popular I had. Not nowadays, but it used to be the case. People just want like to chill when someone is drawing. Yeah, I know. And I like to play niche games because playing popular games, well, there is already bigger things. Like if I play, I don't know, Skyrim. I mean, Skyrim could have a decent audience, but so let's say CS:GO. There is a lot of more bigger streamers than me playing CS:GO. So like, no point in doing that because I won't grow really unless I'm really dedicated to it. So with growing your stream, it's you kind of have to hit that sweet spot of a game not being kinda popular, at least in a niche audience, but not too popular because then your streams just gets drowned with other streams being similar. Yeah, in the past, Minecraft and GTA was enough, but not anymore. But I cannot also play just popular games to get an audience because I have to grow audience. Like I like RPGs, I like story games, and I like world building. So I cannot just play random popular games because people that come to those streams for those games wouldn't want to watch like a world building stream. So there is a lot to think about when choosing games to play. This game I'm playing right now, or other visual novel, not much game to it, but that doesn't. Oh my god, I'm starting burping a lot. Doesn't go get good views, but I'd like to think at least it kind of builds. What it's called? I forgot the word. I forgot completely around the word. A brand. Oh, that's what I was looking for. Uh, Playing this game doesn't give me a big audience, but it builds like kind of a brand, a kind of the feeling for my stream. So even people that don't watch this in the future will come to my YouTube channel and see that I stream this. Even if they haven't heard of this game before, they will see, oh, he plays visual novels. I will subscribe to him. So it's kind of I'm kind of trying to lay a foundation. What do you forget out of nowhere? Mm. Awards, yeah. I think everyone, it happens to everyone. Okay, let's continue with the game, by the way, with the story. That was a long rant. A long tangent. And this stream is a lot longer than I thought it would be. I thought that migraine would consume me, but it went away before it properly entered my head. I didn't want anyone to spend the next feast talking about how I was a wolf having secret meetings or something. Yeah, a rant is needed. And I think it's fun also for the audience, right? I cannot just sit here and play a game. Sometimes I have to just go on a rant. To spice up the video. Better to discuss things out in the open, where there would be witnesses.
さあ、夫妻子さん。私たちはお昼の準備をしなきゃ。包丁、使える？
人並みには。
And so it was time for food. We didn't have much besides the ingredients we had this morning, but there were some curry rauks in the storage, so we started with that. However, it was just one family-sized box. It wasn't quite enough for 15 people. We ended up filling the thin curry sauce with soap stock, salt, and soy sauce. The resulting flavor was pretty potent. The curry we ended up with was more of a soup, but the diners seemed to like it. Diners. Apparently curry like this wasn't usual here, but it was only brought out for special occasions. This was actually Yasumizu's local curry. That made me kinda sad, but it wasn't enough to stop me from eating what should have been probably been called curry rice gruel or something. Then I washed the dishes and checked on everyone. Since Takumi-san suggested we stay close together, we spent our time in the slightly cramped dining hall. Kanzo-san left, though saying something about looking around.
ここにおれ。出るときは大声出せ。さもなくば撃つ。
A threat like that made everyone pretty well reluctant to leave. He had the right idea though. Splitting up before had rapidly thinned the number of humans. That was fine and all, but the threat seemed a bit much. I felt like Kanzo-san was stripping his own death flag. The ones left at the dining hall were chatting, with the students being the most talkative. They talked about their studies, while Chemi spoke of her time in college. Apparently Chemi was majoring in linguistic anthropology. When asked what that involved, she answered reading books and writing reports, so it didn't seem like her seminars were particularly formal. No one discussed the fees though. That was related to what Takumi-san had said, which seemed like an unwritten rule here. Whatever the case, everyone was way more cheerful than they were this morning. Chikamochi-kun occasionally spoke to the old wolf guy, who was sitting in the corner of the room, while Kyonosuke did the same with Rikako-san. Mamiya-san seemed slightly uncomfortable though. I'd have to talk to her later. There was some segregation and it felt a bit cramped, but it did seem peaceful. It was objectively an awful situation though. No matter how everyone here felt, one of us would definitely be targeted tonight. The current atmosphere was probably better than doom and gloom, but it was bad that no one was interested in reviewing and analyzing today's feast. Who would be the target today? After today's feast, I could see several people that were a threat to the wolves. The ones taking the lead were Kanzo-san and Yasunaga-kun. The two were monkeys and extremely charismatic to boot. They had both insisted on hanging someone from reasons other than personal grudges, and that was all great. However, Kanzo-san's assertiveness made him stand out. While Kanzo-san aptly pointed out, Yasunaga-kun had a habit of getting ahead of himself. It wasn't good that there was some sort of rivalry between them. Kanzo-san normally commanded a lot of respect, but the young ones, like Yoshitsugu-kun and Mochi, had a tendency to rebel. The humans' ultimate goal was to wipe out the wolves, but since their lives were on the line, they had easily switched priority to taking the lead. If they had different ways of approaching the situation, you'd get a confrontation between the generations, with the elders against the youth. That wastes some time and effort. If that happened, humans would once again lose all hopes of winning. Yasunaga-kun had eventually fallen silent today, but I hoped he'd recover by tomorrow and probably cooperate with Kanzo-san. And I hope they would do it in a way that ensured my survival. What did the wolves think of those two? They both had to be eliminated or let into the strength one another. Both seemed plausible. By going for someone else though, they had a chance of taking out a different guardian receiver. And which one of those seemed more advantageous to them. I also had to keep Takumi-san and Kyonosuke in mind. Takumi-san was right. Between the elders and the youth, I had no idea what he was planning to do next, but he had the power to swing a lot of votes. Kyonosuke was pretty powerless in that regard, but since he wanted to protect Rikako-san so badly, he could get Taya-san's cooperation. Rikako-san and Meiko had to be protected. That was something I'd decided. It'd be pretty bad if I was making a mistake there though. Also, I'd found out that Mochi was a real joker. probably vote for whatever seemed funny or interesting. Things had gone my way thanks to his whimsicality. Well, that's a hard word. Whimsicality. Whatever. This time, but I felt this wouldn't be the last time he'd pull a stunt like that. As I thought to myself, I finished washing the dishes.
お茶でも入れましょう。
どうもどうも。
I passed the counter and walked up to the table.
どうもお疲れ様です。
すっかり慣れたみたいです、お仕事。
この程度なら実家でやらされてたしね。
えらいこった。おめえら恵まれてんだぞ。しっかり勉強しろよ。
分かってるわよ、タク。
僕は分からぬ。故にシッコマンの直した皿は全て割り直す。
I'm gonna break you if you break the plates.
皿はともかく呼び名はやめろと。
じゃあどう呼んでほしい？
ハッサンとか？
ふむ、悪くないな。じゃあ僕のことをモッチーと呼ぶがよい。
やあモッチー。
おうハッサン。
ちなみに夫妻氏、こいつの格好がこれなことについてはツッコミなし。
Ah, I'm from Tokyo. Plenty of guys like that. Oh, I forgot.
なんか似合ってるし、最近はよくある話かなって。
可愛かろう。
本気かよ。東京はこんなんが山ほどいるのか？
Yep.
そこそこには。
俺にはわからねえな。ああ、近持ちはまあ特別だからなんとも思わんがよ。
天才だからな。
災害の方のね。さて、夫妻氏さん、ちょっといいですか？
No, you cannot have this moment. The tension in the air grew palpable.
も言ったけどよ。
うん、分かってる。でも僕なら変な凶暴は発生しないでしょ。
Otokonoko assemble. Hell yeah.
まあそうかもしれんが、ほどほどにな。
ええ、上に行きましょ
う。よかったのかい？密談なんか。
ええ、話をすることは明かしてますし、木を見て全員とすればいいかなって。
To make it fair, huh? Would that really work?
まず、僕のことは信じてもらえてます？
Why are you dancing?
今のところ疑う理由は皆無だね。
夫妻氏さん、あなたはカゴ持ちですか？
それは言わない。
なぜ？
聞いたことで君の態度が微妙に変わり、それによって他人に察知されたくない。
Ah, you're dancing when you're depressed. Why are you depressed? You're watching my stream. Am I not enough to scare the depression away? God damn it, I thought I'm strong enough to beat depression. But alas, I have a lot more training to do. Just you see, next time, I'm going to scare the depression away. There's no depression allowed in my cult. Ten years, huh? I also trained for a long time to scare a depression away, so don't underestimate me. I just have to find a way for your particular guy. Every depression is a little different, you see. To count it, you have to preserve your prey for a long time. A deep voice like that, her voice is really not my thing. It hurts me. Another rant. Since we're on the topic. For some reason, it seems like in my life, I'm a glue magnet. I'm a magnet for weird or depressed people, or both. I don't even have to say anything sometimes. They just come to me. Which is proven by the chat, but also, you know, sometimes I chatted with people online, and for some reason everyone is comfortable just telling me their life stories and secrets and struggles, and I will listen. And I will spout my wisdom that I can't follow myself. You should be a therapist. You know, you see, the problem is that I would have to listen also to people I don't like. You know, as a therapist, you don't always choose your clients. So let's just stay with streaming, you know. But this quality of mine is pretty bad when it comes to dating, because every potential person I could date just makes me, I become their therapist basically instead. So, you know, it has advantages, but Dr. Blame, Dr. Observation that. That's fine, you don't have to be sorry. But it's just interesting. That's why I think I will be a good cult leader, because people, weird and depressed people come to me. Okay, let's continue.
今日の晩を越えない限り、誰にも言うつもりはないよ。
いいでしょう。他に怪しいと思う人はいますか？
Trustable. At the same time, I feel like I have an aura that people... For most people, I think my aura is not approachable. Like, I think for most people, it seems like I don't really want to engage or talk with anyone. So, normies, in quotes, stay away, and only weirdos that recognize this aura actually as welcoming and trustable come to me. Yeah, Kudere Michał. Repel the normies, draw the weirdos.
わからない。
怪しくない人は？
ちえみちゃん、りかこさん、あと、めいこちゃん。
どうしてそう思います？
君からも提示があっていいんじゃない？
気持ちはわかりますが、僕から見たら、久石さんは結構怪しいんです。
ごもっとも。ちえみちゃんについては、狼であったなら、死を立候補するリスクが圧倒的に高い。
Good point.
でも実際は、知恵姉は一票も獲得してませんよ。
She couldn't have known that.
あの段階では投票の話も出てなかった。とりあえず死ぬ人の立候補を募っただけで、
True as well.
ちゃんが実質最初の立候補者。君やはるちゃんと違って、彼女には利害関係を無視してかばおうとするような肉親が、ここにはいないようだし、狼の行動としては短慮に過ぎる。
一つ言わせてもらえば。
何かな？
僕も同意見です。
Laughed a little.
他の二人についてはちょっとわからないです。リカコさんは特に。知恵姉を真似して信用を得ようとした可能性もあります。後ろ暗いところがあるのかもしれない。
そうだね。それも一理ある。
まあ、もっと考えられるのは、知恵姉に張り合ってあんなこと言ったってことですけどね。
はい？
霧が出る直前、植松さんと知恵姉で、なんか、久石さんの取り合いをしたでしょ。
How did he know? I didn't sense anyone else around.
実は昨日、宿題はほとんどなくて、さっさと片付けた後、3人で食堂に向かってたら出くわした感じです。
Wait. I hadn't he was very surprised that he hadn't sensed anyone else. Yeah, hell yeah, why? So okay, maybe I'm way too suspicious of Haruaki, but does he have any special ability or sense? Like is he used to sensing people around? Because he's a serial killer? I don't know. Probably overthinking.
なるほど。本当に隠し事はできないってわけですね。ははは。
落ち着いてください。
As I said anything else I didn't want anyone to hear, I was kind of worried now.
それはともかく、不妻子さんの確信の根拠を聞かせてもらえませんか。
Aura detection, yeah.
いや、ただの勘さ。
勘？
うん。
I considered telling him the real reason, but decided it was definitely impossible to do so at the moment. What was the real reason?
ここなら誰も聞いてませんよ。
だから勘だって言ってるじゃないか。ただ一つ間違いを指摘すれば、君は聞いてるってね。
まあ、そうか。それが正しい姿勢かもしれませんね。
Honestly, ever mentioning Meiko-chan in this conversation felt like a mistake. I could only hope he didn't look too deep into it.
今夜メイコちゃんが死んだら、あなたを疑ってもいいですかね。
A leading question. I'd have to choose my words carefully.
なんでそうなるのかわからないな。もし僕が狼なら、この情報提供はまさに自殺行為ってことにならないか？
そりゃそうか。了解です。他の人が死んだら疑うことにします。
厳しいな。そろそろ疑いが晴れてもいいんじゃないか？
一応最低ランクまで下がりましたよ。ただし宴が終わるまでは誰も完全には信じられないってだけです。
君の友達や家族であっても？
いいえ。と言いたいのは山々なんですが、牧島家にかつて起きたことを考えると、そう甘いものだと思わない方がいい。
I had doubts about the official story too.
それに、すでに人は死んでいます。あれを人がしたと考えるべきかはとりあえず置いといて。今夜誰かが死んで、誰も犯人が名乗り出なかったとしたら、その人は少なくとも狼という役を受け入れて人殺しをしてみんなを騙し始めたということでしょう。一般的な法の概念とは違っていますが、この厳しい状況下で何らかの処罰を受けるリスクは負うべきかと。
なるほど。君の中ではすでに正当化は済んでるってわけだ。
Wait, what just happened? Okay.
正当化？ええ、まあその通りですね。自分は正しい。そう自分に言い聞かせないとやってられない。
Some wanted to survive even if it meant bending what was right, while others didn't want to discard what was right even if it meant death. Which one of them were more human?
君はもしかして法律家か何かが死亡なのかな？
そうですね。法学部に進みたいと思ってました。これで何もかもおじゃんだ。
Why not?
おじゃんとは限らないだろう。
僕が生きて帰るとすれば、それは狼の人をくくった結果です。
Yasumizu was smart, but at the same time he was the sort of perfectionist who wouldn't settle for knowing only part of the truth. I was kinda worried he could get lost in his own theories, making him unreceptive to other ideas. Yeah, I too sometimes get confused here. But good thing that Haruaki also often recaps all the information we learned. All the important one.
納得した。僕からは以上。
僕らでさえきつい状況です。来たばかりの不妻子さんにはどれだけきついかって思いますよ。
まあね。それでも僕は失うものが少ないからまだ平気な方さ。間宮さんはよっぽどだろうね。
できるだけ無駄な犠牲は出したくない。間宮さんにはいろいろ理解してもらわないといけません。
そっちは僕も気を使う。君は肝臓さんと正面からぶつからないように気をつけてね。
ええ、その通りですね。
Though this did help me earn some of Yasunaga's trust, I resolved not to have any more secret meetings. I returned to the dining hall and I chatted a bit, then got a chance to bring up what I wanted to talk about. Mamiya-san, who was scribbling something on her own but threw her pen down exhaustedly. I'm wondering what's a good stopping point for stopping the stream, but I kinda wanted to reach the end of the day, but I don't know how many conversations we have left.
ここの出来事をまとめてたんですか？
She jumped a bit and quickly stuffed her notepad back into her bag.
まあそりゃあね、ここから出たら警察に行かなきゃだし、証言はきちんとできるようにしておかなきゃね。
That was the right idea. The previous me never made it that far though.
一段落ついたらちょっと見解を伺いたいことがありまして。
何かしら？
元オカルトライターとしてここの伝承どう思います？
と言われてもほとんど素人同然のレベルでやめちゃったからな。
But you're clearly interested in that topic.
ただあんまり日本的じゃないわよね。
ふむ。
これ続けても大丈夫？皆さんにとって不快な話じゃない？
You seem to be attracting a lot of attention.
どうかな。私は普通に興味ありますけど。
俺は別に興味ね
え。でもまあ暇だし。
りっちゃんは一応こういうの担当でしょ？
いえ、真珠は身車家の役です。でもそうですね。
Okay, skipping. She's taking too long.
私たちの信仰についてよその方が
植松様がおっしゃるなら私は何にも。
No one else waited in, so Mamiya-san began to speak.
多神教の世界観では神は普通に死ぬことが多いけど、人間が神を殺すってパターンは案外少ないのよね。
Reducing her skill for talking? Why? Do you mean that you want to make it faster?
特に日本だとちょっと思いつかない。神道の神話で神を殺してる人たちはみんな神様かそれに準ずる英雄だしね。やっぱり神を殺せるだけの実力に説得力を出すには神と同等の力を持った存在の方が適してるからかしら。ここの物語において狼や蛇は山の神のお守り、眷属、神に準じる立ち位置よね。稲荷の狐とかと同じ。日本には眷属信仰の例はあるわ。蛇も猿もカラスも狼だって神使として祀ってる神社がある。
そうなんですか。
ええ。狼信仰で言えば秩父とかが有名。三峯神社とか聞いたことない？狛犬の代わりに狼の像が飾ってあるの。
Don't touch the verb. Well, that's something to keep in mind.
他にも熊野信仰では三本足のヤタガラスを信仰してるし、比叡大社は猿を祀ってたはず。
へえ。じゃあ蛇は？
大神神社が有名かな。大物主っていう名前通り大物の蛇神様を祀ってるわね。くしくも狼って書いて大神って読ませるんだけどね。
Okay, but read as Omiwa. Interesting.
ともかく他の眷属と協力したとはいえ無名の人間が神格を殺すっていうのはちょっと珍しいわよね。
I was only on the part of it yesterday because I went to sleep. I didn't went back to watch it. But it was a good stream because she sang. Her singing is amazing. Hisako-san paused for a moment.
ちなみに宴のお話で一つ 思い出すものない？狼様を酔わせて殺すってくだり。
スサノオのオロチ退治ですか？
あ、知ってます。生贄のお姉ちゃんと入れ替わって女装して、ヤマタノオロチにいっぱいお酒飲ませて殺すやつ？
Ah, okay, okay. Here to the lore, because it's Japanese lore. I vaguely remember the story, but it's good to have a reminder
そう。
for a gaijin as me.
ここのお話はオロチ退治含めいろんなお話をベースにしてる。あらゆる神話や民話と同じようにね。
Wait. Okay. I froze for a moment. Someone casted a spell on me.
「ベースはオロチ退治だと思うんだけど、それがなぜ狼に変わったのか、そして英雄はどこへ消えたのか。日本だと狼を殺す文脈もまた珍しいのよね。どっちかっていうと牧畜文化のあった西洋のお話だわ。
Yeah.
もしかして割と最近西洋の童話が入ってきてから成立したってことは？赤ずきんちゃんとかあたりが。
狼が来る。
そう、それもイソップだし。
Yeah.
そういえば、教養の講義で聞いたことある気がするな。よそから聞いた話が昔話と混ざったりすると、数年かそこらで伝統の物語と誤認されちゃうことがあるって。
そう。口伝ってかなりいい加減だからね。世代を一つ二つまたげば、昔々のお話として固定されてしまう。
ばあちゃん、上富士吉の神内神社っていつからあるっつってたっけ？
あたしはお侍の時代より前からある言うて聞いてるけどね。
伝わったタイミングは違うかもしれないし、もしかしたら何か本当にオリジナルな故事をモデルにしてるかも。
というと？
その昔、意地の悪い地頭をみんなで追い出しましたとか、昔大きな山犬を退治しましたとか。
That seems likely.
ただ、一つ、間違いないこともある。よもつ狼って言いましたよね。
ええ。よみがえった狼様のことよね。
よもつ狼は間違いなく日本神話から混じってきた用語ですよ。
Oh yeah, I was curious about that too.
何でしたっけそれ。
よもつ狼はイザナミのことよ。国生みの神でイザナギの妹にして妻。
Interesting. Wow, didn't expect such a major legend to come up. Even I knew as Izanagi and Izanami.
兄弟で結婚したんですか？
Yes, they're siblings who married each other. Very common, you know. Very popular tag on certain sites.
神話ではよくあることよ。
そう。
どうしたの急に。
ともかく、イザナミは多くの神を生む過程で落命し、吸ったもんだの果てに根の国を支配する神となった。
Ne no Kuni? It reminds me of the games Ni no Kuni. Yeah, keeping the bloodlines pure.
根の国？
黄泉の別名よ。根の片す国とも言う。海の向こうにあるとも言うし、根の国に黄泉という場所があるとも言うけど、その時の呼び名がよもつ狼。まあ、蘇りは蘇りだし、言葉の関係性はあるけど、狼に黄泉でたまたまうまくはまったから独自の呼称として今まで生き残ったんでしょうね。
So maybe they called Kiseki no Kuni, the land of the dreams, or miracles, not dreams. Is this a game or something? Okay, but both. So maybe the legend started as a legend about Izanami, and because then people forgot that Okami was meant to be like God, like it's supposed to mean a very different word. They understood that as wolves. Ah, I wanted to write it, okay.
へえ、なるほど。
ありそうな話ではあるがね。そもそも黄泉などという言葉が入っている時点で危機神話との根交があったのは明白。
確かに。
ああ、ばあちゃん、別にあれだ。俺らの昔話にケチつけてるわけじゃねえよ、このね。
はい、その通りです。非常に珍しい伝承で、とても貴重なものだと思います。
宝石の国 my man. Good that you're mentioning it because it's amazing. Anime I watched, manga I have not read because I hold into the belief that someday we're going to get another season. But if not, I'm going to read manga eventually, but I loved it. I think I gave it 10 out of 10.
珍しいとか貴重とかそういうものじゃないのよ。神内様を信じてまっすぐに生きる。そうやって教えられてここまで生きてきたんだから。あんまりよその人にどうこう言われるとね。
OK です。ここまでにしましょう。
ですね。じゃあ、もっと大事な話を。
また私関係？
間宮さんもですし、他の皆さんにも聞いておきたいです。めいこちゃんやりかこさんが前に歌っていた。
Oh, finally. He's going to talk about the fucking badger.
信内モーデのこと？
多分それ。あれって明らかに、読み意味の宴をテーマにした歌ですよね。
My words made everyone freeze.
さんのお守りは
But not for long.
そう、それ。続きは覚えたかい？
赤だし増やして
I think he might have gotten that wrong, Meiko. That was probably wrong in the worst of ways.
みだらなとぐろ
She just had to pick up that. she's horny.
当たらずとも遠からずといったところが関の山ではないかね。
とおっしゃいますと？
あの歌は濃霧に対して備えようという教訓と読み人を退治しようという呼びかけがその大意だろう。それを読み意味の宴だといえばそうだが、狼殺しやらよもつ狼やらといったものは歌に出ても来ない。
Yeah, that was one of the things I found curious.
過去における何らかの野蛮な慣習を指すものかもしれんとは思うが、その程度のことではないのかね。
Let's hope there will be a harem ending.
なるほど。いえ、それでも十分です。今の読み意味の宴と直接イコールでなくても、状況はとても似ています。狼だか読み人だか知らないけど、藤吉村が読みから侵略されてるという状況は存在し、僕らがこうして戦ってる。
まあ乱暴に言えばそうかもしれん。
バカらしい話だなあ、ちえみ。
まあそうかな。
匠、何がバカかね。あたしらが汚れを溜め込んでしもうたからこうして報いを受け取るのよ。
ああ、悪いばあちゃん。でも若いやつらも頑張ってるんだって。で、 夫妻子は一体何が聞きてえんだ？
リカ子さん、歌詞って書いていただけます？
あまりよその方に見せるものでは。
I'm a local now.
じゃあそこについては外には出しません。久石君への情報提供ってことでお願いします。
んですか？
はい、きっと何か。
書くものいります？
はい、ありがとう。
And so I now had all the lyrics to Prayer to Shinnai. Shinnai-san's gardens are one snake, two monkeys, three crow, four spider, five prepare for the feast. When the evening mists arrive, six the badgers runs along, late with Nare as a fix. Seven the corrupt Yomi rise to oppose the mountain. It's very hard to sing this song in the tone with those lyrics. Eighth death of the damned Yominito is the mandate. 9 one soul per day now to bind, then the mist rise away again. From the top. The first phrase was an introduction of the characters. Shinnai was the god of the mountain, Great Lord Shinnai, while the rest were his servants, excluding the wolves. There were numbers next to them, but it didn't mean the amount, it was just numerical order. That meant that Shinnai's first follower was the snake, the second was the monkey, the third was the crow, and the last one was the spider. The thing about the evening mist and the preparation for the feast were obviously referring to the timing when the feast of the Yomi porch had to be done. What confused me was the badger. Finally, you talking about the fucking badger.
何なんでしょ
I thought I was going crazy that no one talks about this.
タヌキ、ムジナ事件のムジナかね。
何ですかそれ？
君は放送死亡で知らんのかね。狩猟法に関する有名な判例だ。タヌキの禁猟中にムジナを取った猟師が被告となった。要はムジナと称されるのはタヌキだったわけだが、その地域においては別種の動物とみなされていた点が争点に。
それって関係ある？おじいちゃんは犬みてえな四つ足は皆無事なって言ってたけど。
競技にはアナグマのことだがね。狩猟の現場ではキツネやタヌキなどの総称としていてもおかしくはあるまい。
Mm-hmm.
ふむ。まあ、ムジナは犬系の動物と。じゃあ、慣れってなんだろう？
Yeah, what's Nare? That's what I wanted to know.
獅子慣れのことよね。
Maybe.
獅子とは古語で肉そのものを指す。
そうそう。肝臓じいちゃんに言わせれば、イノシシとかシカとかはまとめて獅子よ。
I knew that already, but it was good to refresh my memory.
特別な食事なんですよね。
出来のええ獅子慣れはごちそうよ。
Did the own I didn't count as a good?
じゃあ、ここの分位は、ムジナが獅子慣れを持って走ってくるのはいつになるだろうかってところか。
そうね。
ちなみに歌詞は数え歌にもなっていて、いついつ、ムジナ、なれ、走る、くくれ、きりと続く。
The translation is a bit different, I noticed, from what he's saying. Perhaps in the Japanese they are not numbered, the verses, but because he talked about something different, like how they sound more like than I don't know, hard to say.
キリは、ピンからキリまでのキリと同じ、10を表すのだと聞くがね。
Yeah. Like the numbers are hidden in the words itself, not just written.
霧が銃を刺すのはキリストの十字架から。つまり、キリスト教伝来以降の成立。
Aha, okay, that's interesting.
成立時期はともかく、夫妻君、君は何が疑問なんだね。
いや、ムジナっていないよなって思いまして。藤吉村にも、読み意味の宴にも。
I thought I'd get an instant response, but instead I was met with silence.
間違ってないですよね。4家はそれぞれの守護獣に対応してるけど、ムジナだけ不明。これが狼のことかなと思ったけど、どうにもしっくりこないというか。
It also makes me think that in the previous route, we saw in the fog 3 wolves chase us and kill us. But they were only supposed to be 2 at that time. So maybe one of those 3 was a badger instead of a wolf.
もしや、あんまり聞かない方がいい話だったり。
リカ子さん、何か知ってる？
いえ。
キヨ、質問が出てんぜ。
私は別に専門家ではない。
No one knew?
聞いたような気はするわよ。
Of course she did.
ムジナはね、狼様の。
Okay, that my story makes sense then.
安水の昔話における、ですか。
ええ、ほとんど出てこんがね。狼様は狩り場の主だから、狩りのお供にムジナが従った。なんて話じゃったかね。
So Badger comes along late with Nare, which is like... I think it meant spoiled.
それは1匹ですか
？1匹か？どういうことね。
Right. In Japanese, there is no plurality when you just say a word, usually. So, there might be one more than one.
狼様は実は3人いたって話を聞いたんですが。
ああ、そうね。上藤吉の新内さんも3つ像を祀っておいでだし、他のお守りは猿が2匹で他は1匹。
そういえば
私も今思い出しましたよ、リカ子さん。確かそれらしい。
No, there was a statue.
なんですって？ムジナの像が？
私も見覚えがあるわ。初めてお参りをした時、他のに混じって犬みたいなのがあって、てっきり立ってない狼様かと思ったんだけど。
And so the badger wasn't a werewolf.
そうよ。亡くなる前に。
Was Gensan.
も言うとった。ムジナは狼様が帰ってくるのを今か今かと待っておる。とかなんとかね。
なんだか気味の悪い話ですね。
I saw how it was.
何か分かったんですか？
憶測で申し訳ないんだけど、多分ムジナの加護もあると思う。いや、正確にはムジナにあたる配役が読み意味の宴にもあり得る。
That shocked everyone.
どういうこと？
人なのに狼の味方をするやつが出てくるかもしれないってことですよ。
Previously, it could have been Haru, which would make sense.
この状況が怪奇事件なのか、それとも昔話に怯えて引き起こされるただのパニックなのかはわかりませんが、例えば勘違いでも親しい誰かが狼だと気づき味方しようというものが出た場合、あるいは今狼として殺人の意志を固めた方々と同じ動機を与えられた場合、他人や自分の死を厭わずに狼に味方をする者が現れる。そんな可能性はないでしょうか？
なーにそれ、春秋さん。推測 だよね。
推測ではあるけど、結構高い確率で当たってる気がするんだ。それに、最近亡くなったご老人が無事なに言及していたということ。実際に読み意味の宴を経験したからこそ、その存在を知り得たんじゃないですかね。
大それたことを。
ああ、さすがに考えすぎじゃないか。
There was a badger. I'd seen it with my own eyes. Shit, it sucked not being able to make a more convincing argument.
憶測です。しかし、起こりうることへの真剣な危惧でもある。匠さん、化け物自体は信じてないっておっしゃいましたよね。
それがどうした？
それでも、こうして霧が出て、あなたたちは宴を開始した。となると、これまでも霧の度に宴は開かれた。霧の度に死者が出てきた。この二つは事実かつ不可分だと認めますよね。
His silence felt like a gesture of agreement.
ということは、今まで安水で暮らしてきた知り合いたちを殺人鬼に変えてしまう何かの実在にも同意してくれますね。
待てよ。俺はこの中に悪人がいるなんて言ってねえぞ。上藤吉の連中が殺してるだけかもしれねえじゃねえか。
As always, I had to restrain myself from saying that out loud. I didn't want to get on everyone's bad side.
まあ、あったとしてです。その方法を使えば、人でありながら狼に味方するものを作り出せるかもしれない。そして、それは今はまだ、僕らの中にいないかもしれない。いついつムジナも慣れもて走る。ムジナは宴に帰参するということかもしれない。お詫びの手土産とともに。
興味深い推測ね。こんな状況じゃなきゃだけど。
下手に心配を煽ろうってのは感心しねえぞ、実際。
いや、しかしそれだと。
考えすぎだといいね。
Sorry, I wasn't. I already knew the answer. Last time Haruaki was the badger. After the first night, one day after the wolves came, something happened to her that caused her to switch sides. It frightened her at first, but afterwards she decided to make herself useful to the wolves. Grandson, the one who owned my hut before me, had pretty much confirmed it before he died, meaning that he'd experienced the feast 8 years ago. It was possible that Kanzo-san and the old wolf guy were in on it as well. And since a survivor knew about the badger, it probably meant that the wolves had won 8 years ago. Kanzo-san survived too, though. Was he a wolf then? Maybe then he was. Who knows? If the real story behind the feast made people into that, I couldn't have that happen to Kanzo-san. Wolves and the badger. I knew it was a thing, but didn't quite understand how it worked. That was probably something I could only find out if I became a badger. Or a wolf. That meant it was pointless to think about it now. The thing I had to do now was, unless we loop back again, and we will experience being a wolf, because we get that role. Okay, keep passing time. We can only do that now, but this is a good stopping point. We ran. Today was a long stream, but it's good. We made progress. I'm going to be ending for now. Thank you everyone who came by, new, old, and those that lurked and those that chatted. We'll see each other. I don't know if we will see each other tomorrow because a friend of mine is having a debut stream. So we'll see about that. But we'll see each other next week. And I will try to make it a more eventful week. Okay. Yeah, I hope it was fun. I will make your depression go away. To the best of my ability. Okay, bye-bye. Bye.